Hey everybody, it's Say We Live, so I think we live. Let me check. We is live. What I be damn. And they sending out notifications. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. They done had a change of heart today. They be sending out these notifications now, boy. Okay, y'all do me a favor before we get into this conversation. Like this video, share this video, subscribe if you have not subscribed, all of that good stuff, y'all. We're going to have this conversation tonight about a couple of things, okay? I do want to apologize. We are not on MX Network. So for those of you that are like, I wanted to watch on MX Network. For anybody new who doesn't know what that is, the link is in the description of the video. But they're updating on the network. So right now, I mean, you can go over there and watch stuff, but you should be over here watching me. But we can't go live on it right now because the network is being updated. Okay. So somebody said, what? I got a notification. That's what I'm saying. They'll never do this shit. Maybe when you hit the 100,000 mark club, they give your ass some real notifications. Baby, I don't know. So here we are, y'all. We are not over on MX Network, so I apologize for that. But we are updating some things, and so we'll be back live tomorrow over there. Shout out to Mr. H starting it off with a $10 holla. Hello to you too. Thank you for that super chat. Okay, you guys. Somebody said no, I'm not using my cell phone. I'm on the StreamYard, you guys. So I am gonna drop the link. Let me say that. Somebody said they say you hate shit before you hit 100K. Apparently not. I guess that's what it is. You hit that 100K, you are somebody now. I'm special, y'all. They send out them damn notifications by damn time. But y'all do me a favor, like the video, share the video, all of that good stuff. We are going to get into a couple of things before we get started. I want to show y'all a clip that's about Assata Shakur. I want to talk about that quickly. But I do want to give a notification to some of the people who are in my comment section. They were in the comment section earlier, you guys. So I want to say this to some people. If y'all new over here, welcome to the Michi X channel. I want you to know that you will get cussed out over here. I want you to know that I don't take too kindly to backhanded compliments. I also don't take too kindly to people telling me what to do when I'm grown. And even if you call yourself giving me a suggestion, watch how you give me your suggestion, okay? Because I've been doing this for quite a long time and I'm petty. And it's a lot of shit y'all will say to me and I'll block you for it. And you might mean all the goodness in the world, but I just don't like the certain way people talk to me. So for example, we had somebody come over here in the chat, watch one of my videos from earlier. They've never made any comments on the page before because before I block your ass, I'll be trying to be nice. So I will click your face and I will see if you have ever, Tito said, what's up, big head? I know my head do look kind of big this way, huh? Boom, just in the camera. But this is how we doing it today. But they came over here and they was like, I challenge you to post something positive. That talking about war and all of this other stuff, it makes you old and it stresses you out of some shit like that. And I just want to say to the person who wrote that, like, shut the fuck up. For real, shut up in my comment section. First of all, how do you come to somebody's channel who has been doing this for years? I just talked about how I got my 100,000 plaque. I'm an activist in the community. I must be doing something right. I don't need your fucking advice. I challenge you to post something positive. Bitch, you ain't been following me long enough to say that I haven't posted anything positive. That's the crazy part. You just got over this motherfucker gonna tell me what I done posted and what I ain't posted. Motherfucker, I've been on these motherfucking YouTube streets and in the real streets for many years. I have hundreds, if not thousands of damn videos around here. I've taken them all down because I used to get in trouble back in the day from YouTube. They're all over on MX Network. If anybody would like to go watch the vault and the hundreds and hundreds of Michi X videos, okay? So don't come over here and ever tell me at my big grown age what I should be doing. I'm still a firm believer of this is YouTube, right? And if you don't want to be here, you're not forced to be here. So if you feel like something I'm saying or doing is negative to you and you want to hear only positive stuff, like go find the positive channel. Like literally put the word positivity in the fucking search bar on YouTube and they will gladly help you find the positive shit. They surely will, ma'am, right? This is what I need you to know. And so please don't come over here suggesting to me what you think I ought to do or what I ought to say. To me, those are called backhanded compliments. I think it's rude to come into somebody's page that clearly they didn't start yesterday and tell them they should do something different. Bitch, how you think I got where the fuck I am? So I'm gonna tell you right now, if you are new to my channel, because I'm gaining new subscribers every damn day. I mean, I got off the live earlier and we had almost 100 new subscribers from the live from earlier. Okay, so if you are new, shut the hell up, right? Watch some motherfucking shows, see some of my other videos, stick around for a little bit, ask some questions, some questions in this motherfucker. But don't come over here telling me anything. Don't come over here telling me nothing. Okay, so let's be clear about that when it comes to this channel, okay? Because you will get cussed out and be like, I was just trying to be nice. But a lot of y'all got backhanded nice. You be trying to say some smart shit in your niceness, okay? So I appreciate all the new subscribers, but let's be clear about one thing. I don't give a fuck about these subscribers in the sense of that you gonna come here. Let me tell you something. I'll be in the streets. There are people in this chat that met me for real. We have worked together. We have cried together. Like I know these people, a lot of these people in real damn life, okay? They've taken my classes. I've mentored them. I've helped them start businesses at the end of the day. If you're new around here and you ain't been a part of this collective family, because I got a lot of day ones up in here that's been with me for 5-6 years in doing this thing. If you're not one of them, you should just be quiet. Be quiet. Or you get kicked the fuck off. As soon as you subscribe, I will gladly block your ass. I promise you I will. I'm not crying for no fucking subscribers. Let me explain to you. I've been this close to 100,000 for like a year. Do you know that? That's how much I don't give a fuck. I would not stay consistent because I'd be out here in these streets working. I would gain and I'd be 50 people away from the mark. And then I wouldn't go live for a week or 2 weeks. And I look up and I done lost 200 subscribers because YouTube will start to unsubscribe people from your channel when you haven't done anything in a while. The system automatically does. So I kept playing this catch-up game with 200 fucking subscribers. I've been doing that over a year. If I gave a fuck, I would have been hit that mark. So I just want you to know, we're not one of these channels that you finna come in here and tell me what to do. So like, please just welcome new people, but shut the fuck up. Like, move around a little bit and find out where you at first before you start making these dumbass suggestions to me, because I don't like them. They kind of offensive to me, okay? Don't tell me what to do. Not on my shit, okay? Go somewhere else. So that's the first thing. Next thing is I am going to drop the link. Aaron, I know that you are blocked, but all that shit you was talking earlier, you should be in the house because I told you I would be back at 10 o'clock tonight, okay? So I don't know if Aaron is in the house. I don't know if anybody else is in the house. We're going to have a little bit of a different discussion than what we talked about earlier, but not really, because all of it plays in together, right? And so if you would like to bring your ass up here and you would like to say something, I'm going to drop the link. Now, I want y'all to notice how earlier everybody had so much to say. I was stupid. I didn't know what I was talking about. What I was saying wasn't true. They wanted me to pull out receipts like motherfuckers y'all don't apparently study nothing yourself. I don't know if Trump puts an executive order somewhere. You do know you could just Google the executive order and read it. And if you stupid and you don't know how to do that, you could go to ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT, what does the new executive order that Donald Trump signed? Ask ChatGPT what it say. And ask them to break it down for you in simple terms. Tell them to explain it to you like you in the 5th grade. And ChatGPT will do that for you. So there's no reason for y'all to be telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, because the evidence and the information is too easy to find. That's all I'm saying, okay? So look. We're going to drop the link. And this happens all the time. Now, I love my supporters. And I'm not saying y'all can't click the link and give your opinion. But I want to say, when I drop the link, it's always the people who want to say, Michi, I agree with you. And they want to come up here and show love. And I'm okay with that. But I'm dropping the link in this video today when I do that part for the people who have so much to say. They think that what I'm saying is conspiracy theory. They say that these things are not true. Somebody told me earlier that there is not a bill that they have been talking about. They're getting pushback, but there is a bill that is being discussed, right? About the fact that they are talking about American citizens' passports and being able to deny them or stop them from traveling if people speak ill against Israel. That's a real fucking thing. Google is your friend. It really is, right? And the funny part is you don't have to Google it. You can put it in YouTube. There are news segments about this thing that they just put out like last week. The news is talking about it. So how do you not fucking know? So that's who the link is going to be for. But as I said earlier, I promise you, none of them motherfuckers going to click the link. Not now, none of y'all. You ain't gonna click the link. Earlier today, y'all was like, click the link, drop the link, drop the link. Y'all let us say drop the link when somebody on their phone and we don't have a link. Well, I'm back and I got the link for your ass. So make sure y'all ass is clicking. Shout out to you, Walter. Thank you for the $20 holler. Says keep up the good work. And I want to shout Walter out because Walter is a avid supporter. If we were live right now at MX Network, he would be giving over there. He always does. And so the fact that we're not on there, I'm sure that's why he gave over here tonight. So thank you very much, Walter. You have constantly been a supporter. Your name is very recognized and noticed whenever it comes up. So thank you very much for that. In saying that too, I want to give a shout out to a lady named Jessica. I will not say your whole name, but Jessica has faithfully given every single month. She has donated towards the network, the media efforts when we were getting the documentary that we were doing. She has donated towards the events we had in LA, even though she didn't come to those events or anything. So I just really want to say thank you to her. I always send her some love in the Cash App or when she send it online to be able to respond, but not that I can say nothing directly to her. And I don't know exactly who you are, right? I don't have an email or nothing like that from you, but I know that you watch because you support. So I want to say shout out to you. It does not go unnoticed, and I very much appreciate that from you, Jessica. So let me throw that out there. Okay, y'all. So like this video, share this video, call your mama and your daddy and your grandpa, call all the white people you know and them kids and get them in here, okay? Because we're going to try not to cuss tonight, but we're going to have some good conversation. Now, let's start this show off, first of all, with saying that I want to say shout out to the ancestors, right? Now, let's be clear. We all have different ancestors. My ancestors are not your ancestors. But when we talk about this fight for our people in the movement and our revolutionaries, like those ancestors are our ancestors, right? And my prayer is that their spirit of revolutionary would fall on a whole lot more people than it is on at this point. But we all know that Assata Shakur, she passed away. I think she was 78 years old, like 2 days ago. One thing that I thought was really disrespectful, I don't know if you guys saw it, but in the news, even now, but if you go look back, because once you start looking her up on YouTube, right, and watching it, they're going to show you the documentaries about her, all of the people that have spoken to her, and all of those different things, right? And you will get to go and see that. But they're also going to bring up like old stuff when she first did what she did and the news was looking for her. What I noticed is whether it's back in the day or today, every time the news spoke about Assata Shakur, they always made the Black news reporters speak about her. Never the white ones. They said, you gonna get your Black ass up here. And that's one of them tactics. You have the Black person talk about them so that you can use that Black person's words to justify the fact that this Black person was wrong. See, if white people say it, people gonna say, that this is, racist or whatever. But if we have the Black person say it, then we can say, see, it must be true because one of your people said it. And so I watched probably 4 current news reports, including old ones that came up about her and stating that she had passed away. And they all described her as a fugitive. Assata Shakur, that has been on the run since this time, ran over to Cuba. She never faced her charges. They went back into how they claimed she murdered a police officer and, that she was wanted and never got caught. This was the legacy that they all said on the news, and they all had Black news reporters report this shit. On all of them, okay? Now, I want to play a clip for y'all because we're going to get into a conversation, what you saw in the title and the meme. We're going to talk about what happened at the HBCU with the, wannabe imitators, Charlie Kirks, and we're going to get into that conversation. But we're also going to get into the conversation of, has anybody noticed that Black people are now being called the racist? How many of you have noticed that? Like now everybody can be racist, right? Not just white people. Black people can be racist. This is what they say. They're saying everybody can be racist, you guys. And now Black people are the ones that are racist. And this new generation of Black people, if I got some young folks in here, I just want to say, if you are in this new generation, you should shut the fuck up and you should find you an auntie like Michi. Okay. And you should talk to one of them if you got shit polluting your mind so much that y'all really out here arguing. Because I'm gonna play a clip for you from a black woman who need to be shut the fuck up. That's what she need to do. She need to be quiet. Okay. Now we're not gonna call her job. We're not gonna get her fired. We're not gonna do any harm to her because it's called freedom of speech. But she just sounds very dumb and ignorant. And I think she represents some of the black people in this generation today. Okay, so I want to play this video so you can see some of the ignorance, because we're going to get into people saying that we're the racist ones now. They're actually saying that we're more racist than white people. It's all online. And a lot of these comments are coming from other black people, right? Let's go back to the news reporter thing with Assata Shakur. See, when you start having a bunch of black people stating that black people are racist, like your coons, Anton Daniels, Officer Tatum, and things like that, right? And Candace Owens, they'll say these things. But you have a lot of other black people that are just regular black people in comment sections all over social media saying that we're racist too. Now that's a problem, because now that they're saying it, because they've been conditioned, right, to believe that that's the case, because I think we have a very false narrative of what the hell racism actually is, and we're going to go over the real definition of it tonight. But it's beautiful for what the powers that be want to do, because when you have all of these black people stating, yeah, black people are racist, it's a lot easier for them to say it's true, because now black people are saying it too. It's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard black people say. Okay. And y'all probably gonna give me some pushback for that. And if you want to come in here and when I drop the link and argue with me and say black people are racist too, by all means, click the link. Click the link, okay? Shout out to Sweetie Princess for the $5 holler. Says, hey sis, just letting you know I got my laptop finally set up and looking forward to those classes soon. Love you. Okay, well, good. I'm glad. That is a sister. Shout out to another sister gave a donation when we went to Chicago. I was going to get her a laptop for her to take the classes. This sister is trying to do her best and live her best life. And so we had somebody actually donate the money to get her laptop. So if you're watching, thank you very much for the donation. I did email you and tell you that, but there go the sister and she did get the laptop. Okay. And thank you for the $5 holla. Okay. So you guys, let me play something for y'all about Assata Shakur. So this is something that an ignorant person online had to say. So let's listen to this real quick, y'all. In the meantime, like this video, share this video, go call y'all peoples and tell them get on, send them the link.
I'm going to keep it a buck. I'm not too broken up about Assata Shakur's passing because, A, I find it very ironic you pick an African name, you flee to a Latino country for asylum, but what the hell did you actually do for us? Assata Shakur was for self, much like a lot of those Black Panthers. That's why they were dismantled. You use the struggling and suffering of blacks to further your own movement. And before you get all pissed off, let me explain something to you. A lot of y'all that are black in this country, the Black Panthers, as radical and loud as y'all are, baby, you would not have been accepted. The Black Panther Party did not like anybody who was LGBTQ. They didn't care for anybody who was of a different background. Like if you were not strictly Black American, they didn't give a fuck about you. So, like I said, and then she killed a police officer, and the movement she was, what was it called? The Black Liberation Army or whatever the fuck, broke in prison, took some people hostage, and, you know, broke her out. She left in a van and all that shit, whatever. And then she fled to Cuba. But Fidel Castro granted her political asylum. And that's what I want to bring to attention. Now, you don't advocate for anybody black outside America, you know, but the Latino countries are the only place you can go for asylum. You didn't go nowhere that was primarily black. You didn't go to Jamaica. You didn't go to, you didn't go to Africa. Why the hell did you pick Cuba? Because you know if you can't go nowhere else on this earth, Latinos will protect you. So at the end of the day, it's sad she passed, but it don't affect me in no way, shape, or form. And I don't give a fuck what you have to say. Again, just because I'm black, nah. Black Panther Party really didn't do shit for us either besides give underprivileged blacks the WIC program, and that's it.
I don't know if we want to marinate too long on that dumbness that just came out of her mouth. I don't really think I need to take the time to go over and refute what she said, but there was just very many misinformations in there. And just for one, I want to say I think this is a perfect example of more of what we're going to talk about tonight, you guys, because the question of this is that how does the younger generation today come to this conclusion? It's funny to me that she had a lot of her information wrong, but she doesn't know anything about Cointelpro, like a thing that the government actually admitted to. She doesn't know that Assata Shakur did not shoot a police officer, right? But at the time when all of this was going on, you see, she said, what did they do? See, the truth is back then they was actually more about it than we are today. So they actually did get into shootouts with the police. They got into fights with them. The police will bomb their headquarters. They will fight with the police. They actually did get a couple of police, all the gangs that actually come together. And for her to say they wouldn't be accepted, the truth is that at the end of the day, they actually collaborated with a lot of races. You do know that the Black Panthers fed the Hispanics and the poor white kids and everybody in that WIC program. So they kind of accepted all people. They didn't turn anybody away. And why are we worried about if they would have accepted LGBTQ? Bitch, that wasn't an issue back then at all. Right. And so Cointelpro will tell you that they were looking for them and said they were fugitives. The police's plans were to stop that car and kill all of them because they had already murdered other Black leaders at that point, and they decided to fight back and not die. That's actually what happened. She wasn't the one that actually did the shooting, and she did get away. And for those that didn't, they died or either they have gone to prison for forever. And if you have noticed, Obama, presidents, and other people who had the ability to let them free, saying they spent enough time. They never gave any freedom fighters or anybody that ability to be set free before they actually left. Okay. So her information is really incorrect. And I think it's sad that even the news kept calling her a fugitive, because at this point, the government has admitted to Cointelpro and all of the things that they did. So for her to say that she did nothing, bitch, she was out there fighting. They were losing their lives, the people that she hung with. The Black Panthers, people died. They went to prison for the rest of their lives, for the ones that didn't die. And she's the one that got away. So the question is, how dare our Black youth today, and I'm not saying it's all of them, but say some dumb shit like this when you don't even understand the plight of what your people go through, even to today, because you're so fucking conditioned. And you would sit there and say that, when I don't know too many Black people who will bust a grape in the name of Black empowerment today. And these people were literally giving their lives. And this is what she had to say. Somebody says she's an immigrant. She may be an immigrant. And that is one of the things that I will always say. I don't have a problem with Pan-Africanism. I do not have a problem with all of our people coming together. Again, you look at Zayak's Institute. That is an institute, right? Where we have plenty of people that are Jamaican, all kind of from the diaspora, and Zayak's making it work. So I would never say that I'm not a part of that. But there is a segment of Black immigrants who come over here that I just want to say to y'all, like, y'all be on some bullshit, bitch. You come over here and your family tell you to stay away from the Black Americans because we're the problem. You come over here and act like you don't want to be Black. You run from your oppressor and then come over here and talk shit about us, talking about what have we done. Let me tell you something. Out of all you motherfuckers that came over here as immigrants that are Black, all of y'all ran. We actually are the only ones who have stayed, stood the test of time, and have fought our oppressor. We may not have won, but we have tried every goddamn thing we could, and we have stood 10 toes down. You motherfuckers run. We the only ones that have stayed and fought. And what really irritates me is that you do know if it wasn't for the Black folks in this country fighting, your immigrant Black ass would not even be here. The fact that you can come over here is because of the fighting we did, so that you could have that right, bitch. So this is what's crazy to me, that she don't understand this. And sometimes these immigrant Black people, they do be disrespectful as hell. And I feel like the shoe fit wherever it is. When I say things, I say generalizations, but then we're going to deal with each and every individual. So generally, I don't have a problem with Black people across the world. But when you a stupid Black motherfucker like this and you want to come over here and talk crazy to the people who made way for you and then don't know our history and then get it wrong and then decide to go online and open your damn mouth to speak against one of our leaders and our revolutionaries, and you wasn't even here when this shit went down. My grandma and them was here when this shit went down. My mama was here. They was alive. You wasn't even the fuck around, and you gonna come over here and get online and disrespect somebody that is a leader to our people. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Right? So, but I want you to know that that is the perception of a lot of the youth today. Okay. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and I wanted y'all to see the conditioning of the minds, and they use these stupid minds so that they can project what we're about to talk about now. Okay. So I know that I said I was tired of talking about Charlie Kirk, and I am. But it's so much that the government is using to implement things based on this Charlie Kirk situation. Okay. And so I want to talk about that tonight because it affects Black people. Now, how many of you know that several days ago, oh, hold on before we get into it, we got Tracy in the house. Hold on, we always got to show Dr. Tracy love. She is always over here showing mad love. Shout out to Dr. Tracy with the $100 holla. Thank you so much for always showing the support you do. She says, at this moment in real time, via this second, truthfully, Black human beings do not dominate banking, agriculture, transportation, distribution, nor land. Therefore, how can we be racist? Absolutely, I agree with you, and I'm thank you for the super chat. But that is a precursor into where we are going to go, because we are not finna sit here and allow the people who created racism to also create the definition. Anybody with eyes can open your eyes and see what the definition of racism is. If you need to go over to Google and you want to give me the definition that the racist made, how do you make an argument with the definition from the people who created racism? I don't understand that, right? But we'll get there. We'll get there. We're going to use their definition tonight, and then we're going to use the real one. And based on both, Black people, I need y'all to go study another definition. It's called prejudice. We could be prejudiced. Yeah, I might not want to do something for you. I might treat you a certain way. I might not give you something. I might think something about you. I might feel a certain way if you a certain race. But that's called prejudice. That's not racism. Okay? Words are not racism unless those words have history behind them to back it up. Okay? So we're gonna get there though. So let's back it up a little bit. How many of you know that some Charlie Kirk wannabes, they decided to show up in Tennessee at an HBCU? How many did anybody hear about this story? Leave YouTube, touch grass, stop spreading conspiracy theories. Daniel T, I'm gonna drop the link in a minute and you could come up here and talk shit. There's a rule in my chat, motherfucker. Okay. And the rule here is tonight, since I am going to drop the link, you have to be quiet in my chat. And if you have an opinion, you can give your opinion. But when I drop that link, if you do not click it to come up here and say your piece, but you're going to run your mouth in your chat, my moderators are instructed to block all these motherfuckers, okay? Because what you're not going to do is run your mouth in this chat tonight, but then be too scared to come up here and speak your mind. Conspiracy theory, I ain't even said shit yet. It amazes me how I ain't even got into the crux of what we talking about tonight, and you come in here with conspiracy theories. So keep that energy when I drop this motherfucking link, because anybody who in here running your mouth but you won't click the link, I don't want you to time them out for 86,000 minutes. I want you to block their ass. Don't never come back up in here again, okay? Shout out to let me see, we got another to Primo 1973. Shout out to you. Thank you for the $50 holla. Says truly appreciate you, sis. Keep doing the work, and no, we love you. I love you back. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate y'all love and support. And for the person who told me to get off YouTube and go touch grass, bitch, I just came back from LA a whole week on the ground, okay, doing work for my community. I don't know if you're white, I don't know if you're Black, but I'm minding my Black business. You should mind yours. Touch grass. I did. I touched a lot of grass, and now I'm back in the house on YouTube, motherfucker. Okay, y'all. So let me show you something if y'all didn't see it. So let me show you what happened at the HBCU. Let's just start there. Let me play something for you. Then I'm going to show you the perspective that the white people pushed about this event. Okay, so this is what happened, y'all.
Our HBCU.
What is going on over here?
You called the East primitive for what? We created y'all knowledge. We created y'all science. We created y'all math. Y'all didn't do shit besides steal. Y'all didn't do anything to your race. You guys didn't make shit. You guys touch children. You guys fuck.
Showing them the door.
We walking them to the door, y'all. I don't even know how they got on campus. We gonna figure that out, but I don't know. They need to get like a trespass, like penalty or something because
Sending them off.
Tell him it's that boy. He thought he was gonna come up like Charlie.
Yes.
Man,
yes, yes. Say good job, TSU.
Good job. Shout out to my.
Okay, so this is what happened. Okay, they came there, they set up this table. I'm gonna show you some more clips now. This is from the perspective of the school, and so they've set up this table, you guys. They put these things on here. They say debate me. They come on with these red MAGA hats. Okay, and so this is what happens. They get escorted off of the property. They call the security. The security comes. They tell them they have to leave, so they escort them off the property. As they're leaving, the school is escorting their ass along with them. Okay, and so now let's watch this from the white people's perspective and how they narrated what just happened. Let's watch that from their perspective. Hold on, here we go. I think this is the right one. And now I'm gonna play it, but I want y'all to read what the wording says at the top of the video, okay?
They threw a drink up top.
Oh my gosh, they threw a drink up top.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Did somebody just throw something in our car?
Arrest. They just tried to hit the car. They're still hitting the car. Whoa! That was loud.
Now, they claim that they stole their items, they screamed Black Power and attacked their vehicle. Let's be clear, those were the police in the back of your car hitting it, telling you to drive and get the hell out of here. That was the police that was actually doing that, not the other people. Ooh, they threw a damn styrofoam cup on the top of your window. And when they say they stole their items, they took the signs off the table. Did you want that fucking CVS cardboard back? So do you see this narrative of they screamed Black Power as though it's like white power? They stole our belongings and they attacked our vehicle. They didn't attack you, and you was walking around freely for a long motherfucking time. Do you see the narrative of racism? Now, I'm going to show you all of this stuff, and then we'll get into the conversation. So this is the thing. Black people say they came up here to the campus. We escorted their ass off. The white people say they were being treated racist. And this is what a Black person had to say, right? And white folks love these kind of Black people. We all know them. We've all seen them. We have names for them. And so we have a Black man who decided to go online, and he ran his mouth for a long time, but we cut his video real short because I just want you to hear what he has to say to make the point of the conversation we're getting ready to get into, you guys.
So let me get this right. These individuals go to this HBCU to actually have a conversation with them. They didn't even give them a chance. This is what you call racist. We're always trying to point the finger, but we can't say white people are racist or they are racist or whoever is racist if we're going to project the same energy. We have to change the narrative. I know some of y'all wasn't raised right. Y'all don't understand that charity starts in the home, but it's okay to have a conversation with somebody that has a different skin tone than you. It's okay to challenge the mindset. It is okay to challenge someone's ideology. It is okay to challenge someone's intellect. It's okay. Why y'all gonna run these people off just from having a conversation. If we never sit down at the table and exchange, your viewpoint, my viewpoint, how can we ever come together as a people? Some people want to stay separated. If you want to stay separated, why don't you go to another country?
Now I'll put that up there. We got somebody that says, I agree with this guy. We need to be open and peaceful. So I want to have a conversation with all of you that are adults and may have children, or you might have been somebody on that campus. Let's have a real conversation that a lot of y'all seem to be missing. But shout out to a lot of my chat. A lot of y'all must be some of my day ones. Y'all have some common sense because y'all have already said where the hell we need to go. First of all, how is this racist? It's amazing to me that racism was about enslaving people. You do know that they murdered us. They experimented on us. Gynecology was created by the torture of Black women by a gynecologist who they had a statue of him until not too long ago. Like, do you understand the severity of what happened in racism, where that definition came from? And simply yelling at somebody for being on your campus, having them removed by the police, how the hell is that racism? I just need y'all to think about it, because y'all be making shit that white people do that is racism, but when Black people do it, you say, let me tell you the difference of why when white people do certain things, it's racism. For example, if I call a white person a cracker, that's not racism. It's a word. And it's not a word that is demeaning. It is not a word that is oppressive. The cracker was actually the person who was in charge of watching over the slaves working, and they were in charge of keeping them working. So when we call a white woman a Karen, right? You can turn around and you can say that basically, if I'm calling you a cracker, you in my business, or you trying to tell somebody what to do, like an overseer. Now, when you call Black people a nigga, this is why that is racist, because that word actually holds historical meaning to it that comes along with racism. That was the name that was given. It was the name that you was called, whether you wanted it or not. It was the name that they would say to you when they were demeaning you, and they used it to oppress you. And so that word actually has historical meaning. It's like how all these motherfuckers was running around here talking about because Drewski wore white face, he's being racist. Baby, white face does not exist. There's no fucking such thing as white face. There is a certain thing as blackface, and blackface has a historical racist meaning to it. So y'all gonna stop acting like just words are racist. No, if those words don't have any historical racist meaning to it, then how the hell are they racist? So I just want y'all to ponder on that for a moment. For anybody that says that he's right, how was them kicking them off of campus and yelling at them for being there? How is that simply racist? Now let's go to where all of you dumb people stand, because y'all in the chat and y'all in there, y'all talking shit. I see you talking shit. It's okay. Keep that same energy when I drop the link, okay? But I want you to understand this. Let's talk about them being on that campus, right? Somebody said, you're racist, lady. Am I? Who am I racist towards, love? Huh? Who am I racist towards? Huh? Now, this lady, love, she has a few minutes to answer that question, or we're just going to block her. How am I racist? Am I racist towards white people or Black people? I would like to know, because obviously you're new here, because I have something I want to tell you, but I need you to answer my question first. Who am I racist towards, love? You said yes. Answer the question. Don't be a dumbass now. See, that's not an answer. I said, who am I racist towards? Am I racist towards white people or Black people? Which one? You know, no, say it. What do you mean you know? Don't act crazy. No. Who am I racist against? Who? They were wrong for acting like that? Okay, so the white boys wasn't wrong at all. But you didn't answer my question, love. If you want to keep speaking in here, answer the question. Who am I racist towards? Everyone. I can't be racist towards everyone because the definition of racism, you dumb bitch, is the fact that the white definition, that's not the real one, it's the watered down one. So you can think everybody's racist. Let's just go with that one because you look white. Okay. So it looks like to me, you're saying that racism says when a group of people think that they're better than other groups of people. So I can't be racist towards everybody, bitch, because I have to belong to some race. So now, would you like to answer the question again? Who am I racist towards? And this is the last chance you have to answer. Well, if you're a black lady, you should get that white lady out your motherfucking thing. How about that? Again, that doesn't even make any sense. I'm racist towards everyone. Boom. Bye, love. I don't do dumb people over here. And if you black, that's even worse. You over here arguing with somebody. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. You can't speak anymore in my chat. But if you would like to bring your ass up here when I drop the link, you can definitely do that. And again, let's go to G-Rock. Who am I racist against? This is going to be an interesting. Matter of fact, we can take our time and like, let me drop this link now for you fucking bitches. I'm ready. You ready? I'm ready. Here go the link. Here you go. G-Rock said, drop the link. There goes the link. Click it, motherfucker. Now, what you gonna do when you come up here? You're gonna get you're gonna get the same energy that you give. So if you get disrespectful, bitch, you're gonna get disrespected. And what you're not gonna do is beat around the bush and beat around the conversation. So if you're gonna come up here and tell me I'm racist, bitch, you're gonna answer the question and tell me, who am I racist towards? Because I ain't said one racist thing yet. I just told y'all the scenario, what was going on. I just told y'all the difference of what this is and what this ain't. No, you said drop the link with your whole nuts on your chest. It don't take that long to click the link, man. Click it. You see, y'all talk real quick, but y'all slow to click that motherfucking link. This is what y'all do. You run your mouth. But you don't ever want to click the link. You told me to drop the link. There you go. Where you at? Y'all scared now? Oh, are you scared? Okay. We got one person up here. Come on, let's see. Who is this? Oh, why you leave? Why you leave? Somebody said, fuck the link, quit talking. No, let me tell you something. If you have watched me long enough, I want to say to you that this is look, I could talk all I want, but I love when it comes to talking about human behavior, right? Right? Because at the end of the day, people like to say you racist and you're ignorant. I ain't ignorant at all of none of the shit I'm talking about. When it comes to human behavior, I would rather show you people's ignorance than tell you. So if a bunch of coon and black people want to come up here and show you their coonery, I want to show you in real time exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. If white people want to come up here and get mad and can't really stand in that bullshit that they say and how they think you're racist as soon as you say anything about a white person, now I want them to come up here and show you that shit in real time. I ain't gonna forget what I got to say. Somebody said it kicked you off. It ain't kick you off. I went to let your ass in. You were in the back. You wasn't kicked off. You were lying. Now y'all quiet now. Not only are y'all not clicking the link, I see y'all stopped with all the bullshit in the chat. A minute ago, I was racist. I was ignorant. I was stupid. Not only are y'all not clicking the link, you're quiet. You're quiet. Don't get quiet now. Say that shit with your whole chest and click the link or shut the fuck up in my chat. That's what I thought. That's what the fuck I thought. Now, let's get back. I'm not pinning shit. I'm going to drop it when I feel like dropping it because I wasn't ready to drop it yet. But since y'all had so much to say, I decided to drop it. You can clearly see I want to know who's talking shit and who want to come up before I click it because I don't want to just talk to everybody. Because there's going to be plenty of people who are going to click that link and come up here and say, I agree with you, Michi. These people is crazy. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that conversation tonight. I want the tough guys and gals to click the fucking link or shut up in my chat so I can have a conversation. For they jump to conclusions and you ain't even let me get to my fucking conclusion yet. So now let's go back to where I was before the punks started talking shit but can't back that shit up. Y'all scared of a link. I do want y'all to know, like, this is the computer. If you click the link, it ain't much nobody can do for you. We just have a conversation. Y'all scared of that? Somebody said they bots. They not bots. Somebody clicked the link. 2 people did, but they left. They fucking left. And the one guy, as soon as I clicked him in, he left. They real people. They just scary ass people. Now, back to this conversation, right? So let's talk to the smart people in here and maybe enlighten some of you dumb people. First of all, let's talk about the reality of what's going on. See, it's amazing to me how Black people are supposed to be at such a level of dismissiveness of our humanness and the people we are, that nobody gives a fuck about Black people. And we should just be able to take everything and never stand up and say nothing back. And I say that because Charlie Kirk just got assassinated 2 weeks ago. 2, okay? He was assassinated on a college campus, okay? We know that since then, the day of his assassination, there was actually a school shooting where 2 kids died. And all of you, oh, I'm such Christian believers. We love Charlie Kirk. We believe in Christ. Ain't none of you motherfuckers made one video. Ain't none of you Charlie Kirk followers. Ain't none of you people who swear y'all so Christian spoke anything about them 2 kids that died. They wasn't offending people. They wasn't running around talking shit to people and what Charlie was doing. They were just being kids trying to go to class. And none of y'all have spoke on those kids. But follow me down this rabbit hole, bitch. This is why the rabbit the fuck is here. Because we're about to go somewhere and I need you to pay attention or you're going to get lost. Okay? We know that predominantly white people shoot up schools and college campuses. We know that to be true. Okay? We know that 2 weeks ago that this man just got assassinated on the campus. First of all, why after 2 weeks? Because that sign said those men came there as part of Charlie's tour. They were trying to debate people and carry on Charlie's tour. If they were a part of Charlie's tour, white people and Black coons in my chat, you don't know that you have to do things decent and in order? Charlie didn't even take his ass to the motherfucking college campus without fucking getting approval. You do know how that's how this works, right? They knew Charlie would be there. They approved the goddamn event. They put the fucking notice up. You know, for all you people in my chat, all you white folks, have y'all not never been to college? Because, bitch, I got 2 bachelor's degrees. Have you not ever been to college? Because that's how it works. You have to approve an event before you bring it to the college campus. Does any of you stupid people in the chat want to address that? So you just show up with a table, you show up with some chairs, you're some white men, you talking about Charlie Kirk tour when we just saw some people get shot on a campus because of this. You didn't come in and do it the correct way. And then out of all the colleges, see, y'all gonna stop playing with me because you don't poke the bear, bitch. And then when the bear bites your ass, now all of a sudden it's, oh, you're being racist, bear. Fuck out of here. I want y'all to stop and I want y'all to think about this, okay? I want you to think about this. When the campaign tour ran, who went to the HBCUs? Who went to the HBCUs? I don't care whether you agree with it or not. We're speaking human nature. We're speaking facts and things being done properly and improperly, okay? Kamala Harris went to the HBCUs. She spoke on their campuses all the time. She was supposed to hold her victory speech there. She had them outside waiting, and she didn't even come out and say, sorry, I didn't win, and let them go home. Do y'all remember that? So do you think that it is fair to say, right, that going to an HBCU, yes, Troy Parker, you're going to find a lot of Democrats. You're going to find a lot of young Black people who don't really care for Trump. That's just the fact. So you decide 2 weeks after Charlie's murder, you did no proper way of having this fucking event at the college. You show up, you put pictures on a fucking table, and you come in with your fucking MAGA hats on. Somebody said that's the point, to bring people together, right? No, you sound dumb as fuck. They weren't there to bring anybody together. Let me tell you something. Answer this question to me. Answer this, right? Since you say, ain't that the point of it? If that was the point, then why do white people think they don't have to do things properly and in order? If it was a real event, then why the fuck wouldn't you go to the office and ask for permission? And y'all seem to forget that the day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, people started sending threats to HBCUs. So you feel like these students don't have the right to feel some type of way when these white boys show up on their campus with MAGA hats talking about we're carried on Charlie Kirk's tour? First of all, that seems weird. I would be concerned. I wouldn't want my kids there because all this motherfucking shooting is going on by white people. You show up to the campus saying you're carrying on a tour that just 2 weeks ago, their fucking leader of that tour got assassinated. Nobody at the school knew that you were coming, and you just show up on our campus? What? See, anybody got any sense would be able to understand what I'm saying to you. That is not the proper way to do things at all. The crazy part is if this was the other way around, y'all would damn sure be saying, see, that's niggas for you. Black folks don't never how to do anything proper and in order. Well, these white folks didn't do anything proper and in order. If you get away from even just the MAGA hats, I think it's kind of scary to have these people come to this campus right after what just happened. They didn't do it properly. And you show up at this campus when HBCUs have been getting threats. And we just found a black boy hung 2 days after that on an HBCU campus. This is what I mean. Y'all are very insensitive. Y'all think that just because all of this shit just happened, nobody gives a fuck about how black people feel on HBCUs, how our children feel at college right now, and how that might have been really unnerving to them. You can remove the Trump hats. You can remove the political aspect. Just the fact of everything that has just happened. Why would they think this is a good fucking idea? Does anybody have common sense in the chat? The people with common sense, you don't see how this could have gone really bad? Now, had they gone to the school and said, I would like to do an event here, and they got the goddamn event approved, like this is the proper way to do things. Is it not? It's the proper way to do things. Had they done that and the signs been set up, people would have said, oh, we got them people coming to the campus. For the people who wanted to come, they would have showed up at the event and they would have debated them. For the people who didn't, they wouldn't have. But you know what they wouldn't have been able to do? They wouldn't have been able to call security and say, why are these guys trespassing on the campus doing this right now? Right? Why were they escorted off of the property by security? Because they were not supposed to be there. But nobody wants to talk about the fact that they did this ignorant shit. Now, let's talk about something else. Somebody said it's not trespassing. It absolutely is trespassing, unavailable. You're talking too much in my chat, and you're about to fucking get blocked in a minute. I'm going to drop the link for you because you're going to shut the fuck up too. So here goes the link for you because you've been talking a whole lot in my chat tonight, and I want you to click the link or I want you to shut the fuck up. You say it's a public place. They weren't walking around asking how they can enroll. It's not public, and you are trespassing if you set up a table and say you're having an event there that you were not approved to fucking have. How dumb can you be? Now, if they were just walking around campus with their hats on, if they were just in the fucking building, right? Right? If they were just in the building acquiring about the school, yeah, that's not trespassing. But when you fucking come and set up a table and say you're having an event and it has not been approved, you are now trespassing. What are you talking about? Now, all of a sudden, y'all dumb in my chat. Y'all want to be dumb. See, when it comes to the black people, y'all lose all y'all sense of what's real and what's not. Again, y'all are very insensitive because let me throw something else at y'all that you might not want to be honest about, right? You might not want to be, somebody said it was approved. Tyler, shut the fuck up. Ain't that the motherfucking name of the nigga who assassinated Charlie Kirk? What are you doing in here? Bitch, you're supposed to be in jail. Do the guards know you have a phone? Somebody call the jail and tell them Tyler is on the phone. Tell them Tyler's on the phone because the guards need to come see you. It was not approved, okay? It was not approved, sir. Shut up, okay? I don't even know if they were really part of the tour. You haven't heard, this is the crazy part. You have not heard Charlie Kirk's group or his team. They've been talking a lot about what they're going to do to carry on his legacy, when they're going to carry on the tour. They have not mentioned at all that they are getting ready to go to another college. Matter of fact, it's too soon. I don't think they're ready to send anybody to another college. So those guys stating that they were a part of the tour were probably fucking lying. Let's be honest, because Charlie Kirk's team has not announced anybody going anywhere. It's too soon. And y'all are very insensitive to the too soon shit. And this is another thing that I would like to say. I dropped the link. Every time I drop the link, y'all get quiet. Y'all got big mouths till the link get dropped. Let's look at another aspect of this, right? Black people are 13% of the population, so they say. Okay? So if we're 13% of the population, and Charlie's aim was not to be racist, right? It was to be American. Well, there are way more Americans in this country that are not Black. Follow me for a moment, okay? So my question would be, out of all of the fucking other college campuses you could have gone to, because there's a handful of Black colleges. There's a handful of them compared to all of the other colleges they could have went to. They could have went to an international college. They could have went to a college that had every race on that campus. They could have went to a college. They could have went to a Christian fucking college. They could have went to a lot of schools. There's tons of them. Why do you pick the Black school to be the first one you want to go to after all this shit that just happened? That in itself shows Charlie's followers their fucking racism, because you feel the need to take your ass to a Black campus. You know why? So you can prove to them, oh, let me prove to you, right? Let me prove to you that Black people are an issue. Black people are the problem. We're gonna go debate the niggers. Why do you need to debate us? We're 13% of the population. We are not your problem. We didn't assassinate your fucking leader. We're not your problem. Maybe the people you need to find some even ground with, the people that are out there ready to do y'all harm, they look like you. So maybe the first school you should have went to was a white school. And maybe you should have went to a school that has a large trans population, because the guy that had a problem with him seems to have a trans girlfriend, boyfriend. I don't know. You forgive me if I don't know what it all is, but that seemed to be part of their issue. So maybe they should have gone to a school to try and find equilibrium with the people who are trying to assassinate y'all asses. But I don't know. Maybe that sounds like too much fucking sense for a nigga to have, huh? Y'all be saying the dumbest shit in my chat, and I just be want to know, who is your mother? Who raised your dumb ass? I really would like to know that. When you come up here, if you click the links, have a picture of your mother and your father ready, because I need to know who raised y'all. Because y'all stupid, and y'all play stupid a lot. I can't stand people who play dumb to fit their narrative, knowing damn well what you saying don't make no sense at all. Shout out to Assata in the house with a $50 holla. He said, Hotep sis, shout out to you. I appreciate all your support. Continue to do what you do. Kemet Power. Thank you for the super chat. So again, does anybody want to answer that question? Of all campuses, why this campus? Because y'all out here trying to mess with Black people. Y'all are stirring the pot. They're trying to start shit on purpose so then you can turn around and say some bad shit about Black people. Leave us the fuck alone. Leave us alone. Black people didn't do this to him. Most Black people didn't even know who the fuck Charlie Kirk was. Okay? So why of all places is that where you feel your debate needs to go? Maybe Black people have been debating everybody about racism all of our fucking lives. Maybe we don't want to debate with you over the shit that we've lived. Fuck your false ass statistics and the bullshit you're trying to tell us about what we have endured. Okay? We don't want to debate y'all about what we live. Fuck your statistics and how you feel when you don't walk in these shoes. Go debate somebody else. We've been doing this for far too long. Leave us alone. But don't nobody want to acknowledge that fact. These fucking white boys were there to be antagonistic. This is exactly what they wanted to do so that they could turn around and say, see, look how they acting. No. You don't get to say, look at black people being ignorant. Oh, when I think the white campus took it to the fucking height of ignorance. They assassinated a man over his words. Black people just kicked you the fuck off of their campus. They kicked you off the campus. They called you a couple of names, but you left alive, motherfucker. So no, you don't get to turn around and now say, look at how black people are acting. Oh my God, they're so racist. Y'all left alive, didn't y'all? Y'all went to the white campus and a motherfucker ended up dead. But we're the problem? Leave us alone. That's what you should do, is leave us alone. We got a person named Charles here in the back. We're going to bring Charles up and we're going to see what Charles got to say. We don't know what Charles wants or what side he on, but we about to find out. Y'all ready? Dun, dun, dun. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
Pretty good. So what was the claim that you were making?
The floor is yours.
What was the original claim you were making? That these guys shouldn't have gone there to the college campus?
I have a question for you first. How is it that you clicked to come up here to have an opinion about what I'm saying when you're not really sure about what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've been talking, or I've been watching for like 30 minutes. And I want to know like what specific things should we be, I guess, debating or talking about? The fact that it was not an event, or that they shouldn't have been there, or was trespassing?
The fact that the people that went there completely did this event wrong, and that is being projected in a way that the black people on that campus, they acted a way that they shouldn't have acted, and they were racist towards those people when nobody spoke of all the misconduct in the way those white boys went on there to that campus and conducted themselves. That might be what you want to address.
Yeah, so do we see it as just racist for them just being there and talking to those type of students, or what they were saying?
We didn't call the white people racist. They said the black people were racist. Did you see the clip I played where the white people in the car said that they were treated racist when they went to the camp? They said they were being treated racist by the black people. Nobody said that the white people were racist. I said they were antagonistic. They went there to start stuff. That's why they went to the black campus when it's a million other campuses they could have gone to. And they lied and said they were with the Charlie Kirk tour. I haven't heard Charlie Kirk announce anything from
I don't think that was right.
So
did they say in the car that like what they specifically said to be racist?
No, they said that they were just kicking them off the campus, that they attacked their car, and that they were racist for making them leave.
Oh, that's silly. I don't agree with that. I would want to hear what those students said to them to determine if they're racist or not.
So let me ask you something. Do you think that a black person saying a word to a white person can be considered racist?
No, I mean, unless it's like a racist statement. Other than that, just a word, no.
So what would be considered a racist statement from a black person? Because if a black person says something to a white person that plays off the racism that we have always seen, is that really racist? Like, what would be a racist statement to a white person?
Yeah, I think if you just degrade anybody by, just the color of their skin, if you're not smart enough because you're this, that's racist.
I don't think we ever tell white people that they're not.
I don't think white people are racist.
Do you think it's racist because we call white women Karens when they're in everybody's business?
No, I think anybody can be a Karen, right? Any race.
No, that's a name for white women.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but like the concept of what a Karen is someone who just like, gets upset at something simple, yells at management. Anybody could do that, right? Why do we have to put this into like a race war?
No, but that's the topic here today. See, because the new narrative in America is that black people are racist. That is what I've been showing you.
I hate that because I think it's really just our government making us be racist toward each other. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Make sure, you get angry at people, right?
To be racist towards a white person. How can that happen?
Say again.
Tell me an example of how a black person can be racist towards a white person. Now, remember in this, you have the word called prejudice as well. So remember what prejudice means versus racism, and tell me in what sense, give me an example of what a black person could do to a white person that would be racist.
Yeah, I mean, if you're
Because I'm
judging,
telling you that Black people can't be racist. We
I
can be
see.
prejudiced, but we cannot be racist.
I think anybody could be racist, right? If you're
No,
judging someone based off their skin color, then that's racist by definition.
that's not the definition of racism. That's the definition of prejudice.
What's the definition of racism that we're using?
The definition of racism that the racist oppressor came up with, the government, they actually changed the definition. And what it says is that racism is when a group of people, right, a race of people think that they are superior or greater than another race of people. That's the definition of racism.
So if a Black person said that they thought they were superior to their white counterpart, that would be racist?
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the definition of racism. That's not the true definition, but that's the definition that white America would like to give in the government, because then it makes you think everybody can be racist.
I mean, I get.
So you do know what prejudice is, right? So Black people can definitely be prejudiced. We can treat a person a certain way based off of preconceived notions of what we think about them, based on, you know, how they wear their hair. There are some people might not like people who wear blonde wigs. There are people who might not like fat people. There are people who might not like white people, Black people. And if you treat them a certain way or you think a certain way about them, then that would be considered prejudice, not racism.
So the main difference would be, if you're acting racist or saying racist things, it comes from a place of superiority.
Yes.
Okay, so like I think any race could do that, right? Like a Black person can go to a white person and say they're more superior.
Right, but racism is more an action than it is a word. And I just want to know, in this country, where are Black people, where do they have the power or the ability to even be superior over another person? So let me give you the real definition of racism, okay? Based off what we can see and what we know. I think it would be stupid to be such amazing human beings with a brain that God has given us, and to look at a situation and then not understand what a definition is without having someone write it in a dictionary for us, okay? And so when we look at racism, first of all, racism was founded in this country by white America. I think we can all agree on that. Racism came about when it was about slavery and the way that they treated Black people. Now, Black people were oppressed. So it wasn't just the fact that white people thought they were superior to Black people. It was the fact that they had the power and the systems to not only think they were superior, but to then take that power and oppress Black people so that they could make them more inferior. Now, that happened through slavery, and now that continues to happen today through systematic racism. See, Black people do not own school systems, prison systems, all of these unjust systems that are set up to keep Black people in a lower state. We don't own any of those. So technically, we really can't be racist against white people. You can think you're better than a white person, but you don't have any power to exert any superiority over them, nor oppress them in that exalt state you might see yourself in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying 100%. Like that makes total sense to me. It seems to me that back in the day, that was true racism. And now today, maybe it's just prejudice from both sides, not necessarily as much racism as it used to be. Because, for example, the president, Barack Obama, was Black. We have a lot of Black senators. We have Black Supreme Court justices. We have HBCUs that we give money to. I don't think that the world is, or America at least, is super racist. Maybe it's a little bit more prejudice, and maybe there's more infights of like small issues, right? Some small social issues. But I don't see like race being a huge factor between the people. I think that's something that maybe media companies want to make us think.
I think that's a privilege that you have in being a white man. I think that you wake up in the America you live in is different for you than it is for a Black man. And so it's easy for you to say that. I think that you can go all across this world and 90% of this world would tell you that America is a racist country. I don't think anybody would negate that fact. And I think white people have something called white privilege, and you wake up and there are just certain things that you do not see a certain way, that you never are faced with certain things because you're a white man. So, I mean, I think it's amazing that you believe that America's not really racist.
No, I didn't say it wasn't at all. I just said that I think there's probably more prejudice based on those definitions we gave earlier.
Yeah, no,
there would be more prejudice in America than like actual racism, where white people see themselves as a superior being over a Black person, for example. No, I don't see that being the case.
This is that this country See, when I say racism, let me clarify that too. When I say a racist person, I'm not worried about the white man that lives down the street from me. He might say some racist stuff, but he don't have no power over me.
Right.
The government of this country is white supremacy. And so again, this country has the power through their systems to oppress anybody they don't deem worthy. And they absolutely in America use these systems to oppress Black people.
I think in America it's more elitism versus like the people, you know? I think the government wants us to be divided.
No. Okay, yeah, the government might want us to be divided, but it doesn't negate the fact that this is just what it is. Okay, as a white man,
Well, we're talking about the government being that power, right?
Excuse me?
We're talking about the government having that power, not your friend down the street who happens to be white. It's the government, right?
The government has that power, but at the same time, through these systems, the white man down the street can definitely do some stuff to a Black person. And because of the power that the government gives him, he can get away with some shit. But let me explain something to you. Like, as a white man, you have never experienced going to fill out an application for a job and just simply being denied and your application not even being looked at. Wait a minute. Because you have a Black sounding name. Do you know that that is something that happens right now today in the United States? It's a proven fact. Statistics have proven it and studies have shown that. So if you fill out an application and you have a Black sounding name, they will say, don't even look at those applications. See, that's a system where Black people need to get a job and they're treated inferior and they have a hard time looking for a job because of their name. And people say, oh, they're Black, so we're not even going to hire them. See, that's an example of power over people and holding them down based on their race.
Yeah, I don't deny that happens, right?
There's a lot, but there's a million other examples I can give you because you just said America's not that racist. They are.
Well, I mean, I accept that happens, right? But that's why our government has put in things like DEI, for example, to obfuscate those issues.
They put in what?
DEI to obfuscate those issues, right?
Okay, so let me inform you about DEI, sir. DEI is actually another thing that they shoved up our ass and told us that it was supposed to help out minority and Black people. But if you go and look at DEI on the list, the top people for DEI is white women. Next is Hispanics. There are white men in there a little bit too, but next Hispanics. Then you have disabled people, you have veterans, you have all of these categories. Black people are the last on the DEI list. It doesn't benefit us at all. It actually benefits white women more than anybody else. That's
when you say there's more, is it because there's more white people in the country, or is that by proportional, like statistics or percentages?
I think that we have just found as Black people that even when they try and tell us they're attempting to do something to help us, they just find a way to still shovel it to other races to make it seem like they're doing something for us, but they're not. So it's kind of like when reparations were given to Native Americans in this country and white people paid $5 to get certification to state that they were a Native American, and we call them the $5 Indian, and they received reparations that were for Native Americans and it wasn't for them. And so
yeah, I would say that's fraudulent, right?
There's a lot of things that are created and it says it's there to benefit us. And what I'm telling you is that it doesn't benefit Black people, even though that's what they would like you to think.
No, I agree with that. Yeah. I think that's fraudulent if that's what they did.
Right. And so I just want to say there's a million other things that I could say to you, and I'm not going to take the time, and do that. I did drop the link if anybody comes up because we would be here all night, because if you agree, then you agree. And there's no reason to keep telling you all of that stuff. But the bottom line is that there are plenty of things that enact, racism against Black people that we deal with all of the time. And so, again, when we have to constantly deal with those things, and the new thing now is that we're the racist ones. This is what they tell us. So you've seen that situation on campus. You're telling me the Black people didn't do anything racist. They were just upset. And to be honest, the way Black people are targeted in this country, can we remove race for a minute from this situation, right? Let's just say the fact that 2 weeks ago on a college campus, a man got shot for having these debates. Right after that happened, these specific schools, HBCUs, got threats, and they even locked them all down because people were saying they were going to come there and do something and hurt people. Okay. And so to show up on a campus like that, even if you remove race, just all of that going on, I don't think it's a really good idea to just show up at somebody's campus based off of everything that just happened, to go to a HBCU and to show up and say you're there as part of the Charlie Kirk tour and you want to debate people. I think that was poor timing. I think that it was poor taste. taste. And I think that anybody should understand that. Like, if you had a bunch of campuses with white kids, okay, and it wasn't an HBCU, and there was a shooting at a college a week before that, right? And there was something going on and there was a certain event there. Like, I think white parents would be concerned if somebody that was attached to that event showed up without permission and was just walking around on their kid's campus, because now everybody's on edge because somebody just got shot on campus. Does that make sense? So
Yeah, that would be high tensions for anybody going to a campus and speaking, right? Like anybody. It doesn't matter what race you are, anybody. So I get that part. Would it be okay in your mind if they did that 3 months later, 6 months later, like after a certain amount of time?
I think that it would have been
ever?
fine. Yes, if they would have first let time pass, and two, if they would have done it the appropriate way, and they would have got permission from the school and announced it as an event to see if the students wanted to participate. That would have been a completely different situation.
Was that more of an event? Because like when I think of an event, I think of like a Charlie Kirk thing where there's tons of people, they're advertising it. I think these guys, they just kind of go to campuses randomly and just sit there.
Well,
and then people form around them, right?
Yeah, but no, I don't. Maybe that's what they thought they wanted to do to carry on like Charlie's legacy. But at all college campuses, if you're going to have an event that involves the student, you will be on the campus somewhere in any of their rooms or facilities, or on their lawn doing anything, setting up any structures. You have got to get permission for that.
Not just go to the school and sit there and talk.
Huh?
If you like rented a room or something to do that in, or an auditorium, that would be like an event you have to register for. But if someone goes to a campus and it has like signs or they're protesting,
Charlie Kirk set up a table and he was outside with the tent.
Yeah, but his event was huge. You know, he actually had chapters within those colleges, right? And like, you know, people that were working with him in those colleges. I think this event was just I think at the very beginning there was nobody around him. They just sat there in an empty place, and the people came up to them, right? It wasn't like come here, everybody come debate me. It was just they just sat there. A lot of people do this, not just like for politics, but for all kinds of issues. You know, like people who like want to speak about religion do this as well. They'll go to a college campus and they'll just have a sign or something, and they'll just let people walk up to them and they'll start talking to them about whatever issue they're talking about.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was like necessarily like a big event. It was just
but they said that they were there as part of the Charlie Kirk tour. So if
they said that, they're lying,
Charlie
right?
Kirk has always gotten permission as an event. So if you're coming on his behalf, which I think was a lie for them to do, right? And first, let me address somebody in the chat. Somebody said he calmed me down. No, at the end of the day, we're having a conversation. Remember, this all started with people saying, and all of y'all in the chat, oh, why is it that we don't talk intelligently? We don't know how to have a debate with a person. So I'm having a conversation with this man. If you come onto my show, you get the same energy that you give me. He's having a conversation with me, so I'm having a conversation with him. Okay.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
Let's be clear. This is how we're supposed to have this conversation. And had those guys come to that campus appropriately and in the right way, guess what? There probably would have been people who had a conversation with them, but that's just not how you do it. It's all in bad timing. Let me tell you, this might not have happened this way if he had just set up a table and went out there, had Charlie Kirk just not been assassinated 2 weeks ago, and the HBCUs were on lockdown from threats. Had that not happened, we might not have got this reaction. And I think
I agree with that. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense. I can't go against that. But I do wonder if were they saying they were part of Charlie Kirk's event, or were they saying they were doing this for Charlie? Because I don't like not just them, but a lot of other people are doing this. Like a lot of smaller creators. I think this guy's kind of a bigger creator, so he gets more of the hype for it because he has like thousands of subscribers or hundreds of thousands.
That's what he put on his page. So the video that I showed you from the perspective with the words, that was his page. So he said we were going to the campus to do the Charlie Kirk tour. He said that, and he said they screamed Black Power, they attacked our car, and they stole our stuff. This is what he said. So those were his words. He said that.
If he said he was part of Charlie Kirk's event, like, or part of TPUSA, then I would say, like, yeah, he's lying, obviously. But I wonder if it's more of the rhetoric of this is our Charlie Kirk event, because everyone's like, I'm for Charlie. We're doing this for Charlie. You know, we're doing a tour for Charlie. I wonder if that's what the rhetoric was, and it wasn't them actually saying that they are part of TPUSA and doing this event on their behalf.
Either way,
because TPUSA didn't like advertise this at all, right?
No, they didn't. That's why I said they're not truly with that. So they should not say that they're part of the tour. But again, it was in poor timing and poor taste, regardless of however they came. I think at another time it would have been different. But right now it was done in poor taste. Why didn't they decide to go show up at a white college? The white college might not have wanted them there either. Like, look, we've had some school shootings recently. There's a lot going on. We just don't think this is the right time for this. It's not. If people can criticize Charlie Kirk's wife, talking about she's not mourning enough, she ain't crying enough, she's too happy for everybody, people are mad at her. Well, if that's the case, then I think that maybe everybody ought to allow the whole country to cool off a little bit for you try taking your behind to anybody's campus, having these conversations again, seeing how the last conversation turned out. I think all campuses would be on alert and say, this is not the time for that. Even if it was an all white campus, I think they would have said, this is not the right time for this.
I do agree. There's heightened tensions. People are emotional on both sides, of course. So maybe there should be a little bit more time. Maybe that was a bad call on their part. I feel like both sides weren't really in the wrong. I just want to have people come together and not have this division. You know, this is what the news wants. You know, the media loves this type of stuff. You know?
Well, let me say this. I will say this to you. I do believe that the government divides Americans a whole lot. And the reason why they divide us, which people who believe in Charlie Kirk might not believe this because they believe so much in the government, because the Constitution and things do work on white people's behalf. But the bottom line is that the government divides all of us with race and a lot of other things, because if we really realize what the government was doing to all of us and where we're going and what is happening to us, we would probably all get together and stand up against our government and they would stand no chance. But if they keep us divided, we're never going to stand up in large enough groups for us to be able to combat what it is that they do to
right.
This
yeah,
country.
and
I
especially
agree with that.
Especially foreign governments too. You know, you see these foreign governments, China, Russia, they use bots to spam our social media with all this racist stuff, right? It's clear today as me. There's so much racism on Twitter, for example, and it's a lot of bot stuff too. And that creates people to become racist on both sides because they're angry at what they see and they're angry at what they see people saying on Twitter. But it's a lot of bots, it's a lot of government, and I feel like at the end of the day, it's divide and conquer between the people and the government.
It is, but
we need to talk like we're doing now. Like this is very productive, yes, right?
People do play into that though. And so I will say, even though the government will start it, I will tell you as Black people, it's real and we live these things. You know, I'm 46 years old. So let me tell you that my grandmother is still alive today. And she was alive when they lynched people from trees. It was not that long ago. My grandmother's still alive. That happened in her young age as a young woman. At my age and being 46, I have had racist police officers in a town burn my house down because they didn't want me to be there. They also came and wrote "nigger get out" on my mother's barn, and we had to sit up all night like this was 1950s and shit, and walk around and secure our house because we thought they were going to come into our house and do something to us in the middle of the night. So I myself have lived through very many racist things today, and I'm not that old. And so, yes, we are divided and it is a game that's played, but in that game, there are a lot of people that are pawns and there are a lot of white people. You have to understand the people that were doing the lynching when my grandmother was young, they're still alive. They're somebody's grandfather, like she's my grandmother. And so there is this very racist tone of certain individuals in this country who still very much carry that racism and still use it and carry that shit out to this very day and are doing racist things to Black people. And
yeah, I don't think millennials or Gen Z would do those type of things like back in the 50s. Like back in the 50s, 100% racist. People were definitely divided by race. I don't think younger people will do that. But if social media continues to spam our feeds with racist stuff, then people will turn racist, right? If we attack each other constantly about this, then it will cause racism.
I think that you have a privilege of being a white man, that you can say that, because people are racist. It's not that we can be or whatever, and Black people experience racism every day and all the time. So it's not a matter of if, and when you say that the young people wouldn't do this today, first of all, the people who are grandfathers who are racist and lynching people, like they have sons and their sons are my age and they have grandchildren. And so they may be passing that down. So to say that that still doesn't remain, that's not necessarily true. And I want to tell you that I have done investigative journalism where we were doing documentaries. And I want you to know that in the South, in Mississippi and Alabama, I have spoken with Emmett Till's cousin, his aunt, and his family. Okay. And there are Black men that are found lynched and hung from trees and thrown into the rivers at least once a month. And they call them all suicide and they do nothing about it. I just got finished investigating a case where we got the interview from last year. They went to jail. You might know the case. If not, I'm going to introduce you to it tonight. 2 young men. There were 6 police officers called the Goon Squad in Alabama. They got off of their shift. They felt that a Black man shouldn't live in the house with a white woman, a disabled white woman, her Black classmate from high school. Over all these years, they were good friends, and he lived in the house to help take care of her. She went to the hospital that night. Town is small, so they knew they were there. After they got off work, they texted each other, and they said, let's go on a run tonight. They said, make sure there's no cameras in the front. If they are, we go through the back. They kicked in the door of this house. They found a visitor that was visiting on the couch. They, for hours, beat both Black men, sodomized them with a dildo that they found in the house. They took turns tasing them. And then at the end, one officer put the gun in one of the man's mouth and he pulled the trigger. And then the other officer said, why the hell did you do that? And then they ran around trying to then set these men up to say that they had drugs and all of these things. That young man, Michael, survived. Eddie survived too. And they lived to tell their story, and all of those officers went to jail. But all of the families that are there now, they say the Goon Squad is very big, and the sheriff that is there, he doesn't even have anybody that challenges him or runs any term. He has kept his seat for forever because he's the grand poobah of it all, right? And so nobody gets him out of his seat, and he covers these officers, and the families say they have long memories. And so they're sitting there in Alabama and Mississippi in these places, and they're scared because they say that as soon as things die down, their people are going to come back and get them for the fact that 6 of their boys went to prison. So I'm just giving you a reality of where we are in 2025. This happened a year and a half ago. Okay.
Right. Are you saying that lynches happen like yearly?
Excuse me?
Are you saying lynches happen yearly?
I'm telling you that in Mississippi, Black men come up lynched every single month. But
right. Okay. So if
police in the corner just say it's a suicide, but how is a person lynched with their hands tied behind their back, hanging from? It's called there's a place called the hanging bridge, and how can you be hanging from this bridge with your hands tied behind your back? But it's suicide because all of these people work in the police force. See, these are the systems that oppress us. Because
who is the people that expose this as like it wasn't a hanging? They're lying about it. It was actually a lynching. Who exposes that? Like this? Like what media does that? Out of curiosity.
Nobody exposes it.
So is it just like independent journalists that call this out and then it doesn't get any attention at all?
This is what happens is that the coroner works with the police work with the coroner. If they say that it's a suicide, it's a suicide.
Right. I'm saying like if those people are lying, right, and someone believes they're lying because they have some credible information that, they were lynched, who, like I imagine it's like some independent journalist or somebody who's calling this out. Do they not go to, if they do go to national media, are they not, are they saying they're lying?
Media don't care. You see this card I have right here on my desk is old, crusty, and dirty. This belongs to the U.S. Department of Justice.
The reason I brought the media,
we call Shanetta Hall when we think they need to investigate, and half the time they don't because nobody is listening to poor Black people who can't pay for other autopsies or anything else. And so all the way up to the Department of Justice, there are people that are racist that will back these people up. No, when the police in the corner tell you your son committed suicide, but then they say, how did he commit suicide? His hands was tied behind his back. His lip is busted. It's clear he was beat up. And the officer says to you, ma'am, it was suicide. And then they treat you like you're the criminal. When the police burned down my house in Trinidad, Colorado, and I called to ask them what happened to my house, they treated me like the criminal and told me don't ask no motherfucking questions because they burnt my house down.
Right. I'm going to grant like all that happened and that's true. But I'm curious as to like, why doesn't even like a liberal or left-wing media or a BLM activist, why don't they talk about this at all? Are they just part of the corrupt system as well? Yes. Like you would think like a CNN would talk about this or like a Vosh or like a Destiny or like some left-wing political commentator would talk about this. None of them do that.
No, they don't, because they want you to believe that racism doesn't exist. They're on this tip of, oh, it's not like that. I'm telling you, the racism is all the way up to the top. So
And it's on both sides: Democratic, Republican, conservative, liberal.
absolutely, it's on both sides. Republicans can be very racist. I can name to you things that Republicans have done to Black people to enact laws that have caused problems in our community. The government brought crack into our communities, and they have admitted to this. They funded an illegal war with those drugs, and they brought them in here because we had no airplanes, and they flooded it into the Black community so that the Black community could get high off these drugs and they could get the money for it, and it destroyed the Black community. And then they came up with the 3 strikes law, you're out. That was fucking Biden. Every Democratic city is run to shit. They don't give no good education to these kids. So yeah, the Democrats and the Republicans, the government is the government. I don't see one side or the other.
That's
You might
exactly
have
my
a
point
privilege
as well,
of
right? The government is doing all this to stoke this racism, not necessarily like just white people. I feel like white people don't know what the fuck's going on. They're just like a cog in the system just as well, right? And the government makes them racist because they're telling you this is what Black people are doing. This is what Black people really are, when most Black people aren't like that, right? So it's the government stoking these fears between the races, right? You have the government saying, hey, watch out for Black people. They do crimes, or they do this. They're violent. They're aggressive. And then on the other side of the media, you say, all white people are evil or racist, or, they're out to get you. And that's what I see as the issue in America. Why do we divide each other? It's a constant division forever.
It is.
On both
I agree
sides.
with you, but I'm gonna say this one more time. You can say that, and it's true, but you still have the privilege that we call white privilege. And the reason that I say that is because you don't live, we're the things we're talking about. There are people in my chat who have lived these things that I'm talking about. There are people in here who will tell you that their loved ones were murdered by the police and nobody did nothing. I lost my brother in
I've had
prison.
family members killed by police unjustly as well. It's bullshit, yeah.
Well, I will tell you this: police kill everybody. So again,
I don't like police. I think police don't know the law. They don't know our rights at all. They don't care about our rights.
They don't. And we will agree. We will definitely agree wholeheartedly on all of that. You're right.
I wish they were better, but they're not.
Education than a police officer. They do not require them to get any education, but I think your government does that on purpose. I think that they want hot-tempered young people to be out there so that they can do the things that they do. They're the law enforcers, and they want them to enforce the law, but in a way that it's very brutal. If a person is not allowed to drink until they are 21 years old, and they're talking about changing the limit to your 25, that's because your reasoning is not developed until you're 25 years old in your brain. So if a person cannot drink until they're 21, why would you give them a gun and a badge and let them uphold the law after going through a 6-week damn boot camp? So I
go to
think
war.
that's on purpose too. I think the government does that shit on purpose as well.
Yeah, and that's my major contention. I see, it's like you're live right now. Your live is talking about this kind of like this race issue. And I feel like the government is making us talk about this constantly.
Well, we're talking about it because we live it. So I just want to keep saying that to you, because I think
both of us are talking about it, right?
You don't live because you're a white man versus if you listen to some of the people in my chat. So I think that you have a privilege as a white man that Black people do not get, because we're not just talking about racism because it's talk about, like, we live with racism every single day. That's what I'm telling you. So like the family that is crying about their son being hung and them not getting the answers, it was, I don't know if you know, there was just a Black boy found hanging on a HBCU campus a couple of days after the threats and all of that stuff. So they're saying it was a suicide, but the family is saying that it's questionable, and nobody's answering any of their questions.
I'm so curious as to why no one talks about that.
Because nobody cares about Black people in this country. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Charles.
It's hard to believe, like, even like some like leftist person who believes all this stuff, who believes that the world or the United States is racist. They're not even talking about it.
It is, and this is why they don't talk about it.
Like Kamala Harris, for example, or Barack Obama. They don't talk about these things when they happen?
No, because Barack Obama was a plant in the government. Like, see, being white, there's a lot of stuff you're not privy to. They take Black people.
I'm not asking because I don't know. I agree with you. I'm asking. I'm just curious how you think about it.
They gave us Barack Obama so they could say we're not racist. Look, we gave you a Black president, but Barack Obama really wasn't for Black people.
So all Black elites are also racist against their own kind.
Most
essentially.
Black elites are what we call sellouts. So they have taken money to do damage to their own people. Absolutely.
Would you say those Black elites or leaders have
No,
privilege,
they're not.
like
Do they
elite
have
privilege, I
privilege?
guess?
Oh, they have a certain amount of privilege, but if they overstep their bounds, they will remind them of the nigga that they are. So they have so much privilege, but if they go too far thinking that their privilege exceeds the people who gave them the power, they will absolutely take that power from them. Yes.
I see. And then one last question. I don't want to take too much of your time. Do you see a world where we could like overcome what white privilege or be equal? Like in a hypothetical, if you could say exactly like, what would you do or how would you build the United States, for example, to not have white privilege or to have privilege for all, like equal privilege? Like, what has to happen? Like, what has to
Well,
change?
what has to happen is that all of us as Americans, you have sat here and you have said that, you don't believe things are a certain way, but that's, I think, because of the life you have lived. That is fair to say, right? Because you can't walk in black shoes if you're not. But there is a form of division that is given. I'm going to give you the same answer that I've always given my people that watch my show over the years. As Americans, we should all stand the fuck up and take our country back. All of us. That's what we do. We should all get together and we should go and set this motherfucker ablaze, right? And we should say, look, we're not having this shit. And either you're gonna have to take us all out, or you're gonna have to change the fabric of what you're doing. I think far too often there's a small group of human beings that make the decisions for so many millions of people, and that's not fair and it's not their job. This is supposed to be a country for the people, by the people. It is clearly not that anymore. So at the end of the day, that's what it would take. But I would say to you, since you are here and you're listening now, that if you understand, they're trying to put us in a position now based off even Charlie Kirk, since we're talking about him, to where they're not going to allow us to speak against the government. They're not going to allow us to stand up at some point, and even that is going to be criminal.
Right. So
They're
what is
not
that?
going to let us
What is
do
that solution though? Is it like a pure democracy where everyone's vote on every issue or something? Or like what is that solution? No one's ever really kind of defined that.
Well, the solution could start with letting it really be by the people. Do you think the citizens of this country actually make the decisions? Do you really think that
No. We vote for some guy or some person that votes or that does stuff for us, And we could vote for someone that we think they're going to do something and they do the opposite. Like that's a representative, right? It's not a pure democracy.
The structure of the government, first of all, definitely needs to be changed, the way it's structured. But two, I will tell you that this government, none of those elections are true.
Right. I'm saying like in a hypothetical, if we could change it, do we change it to a pure democracy?
Yes, it should be a country that is for the people. The people should make the decisions. We pay the taxes around here. We're the ones that live. Why should a small group of people make decisions for all of the other people? That's what they do. They sit up there.
So we think if we did a pure democracy,
and that would help poor white people. Okay. So at the end of the day, the government steps on everybody and they don't really care. They have groups they will step on more, but the government in this small group of people that make decisions for all of us, it shouldn't be that way. It should not.
So what I'm getting at is like to hopefully change that, to have actual equality among all, and to not have like just white privilege, but all equal privilege. We would want to move into a pure democracy over a representative, right?
Yes. And what you want to do, I would say, is going to start with tearing down the structure of the government that we have. See, everybody thinks that America has such a great a free country. We're not really free as you might think that you are.
Yeah, I don't agree with freedom. They're all privileges, right?
A lot of things. They let us do the things. They give us permission. And we think that we're really free and we walk around, but we're not. We're very much enslaved in this country. We have what's called an illusion of freedom. And
I agree with that. Yeah.
And you're not. And so whatever we call that, there needs to be a real freedom to where we're not playing games. I mean, let's be real. They're poisoning our water. When you say, what should we do? Like, why are there people making decisions to poison our water so that they can build the pockets of the pharmaceutical companies? This is why they will give you a treatment and never give you a cure, because this is how they keep you sick. They poison our waters. They poison our food. They do all of these different things to us, and they are waging war on their own citizens. That's the problem. Our government is not there for us. They are waging war on us. And most Americans do not know that war is being waged on you silently. When you eat the food at the store, when you turn on your faucet, when you live in certain communities, the shit that they spray over your communities, when you go to the hospital, and if you're of a certain group of people, they make sure that these certain groups of women, Black women, will die giving birth more than anybody else, right? Or how they experiment on people. And then your government will come and tell you later, and they did it. I just had a show a couple weeks ago about in 1950 how the government used a city in St. Louis, a neighborhood of Black people, and sprayed all kind of chemicals on them to see how it would work for biological warfare. And they sprayed it on them. They know these things cause cancer and all this other stuff. For the people who are still alive, they just said they have cancer. They do have all of these issues. And guess what? They can't sue because of whatever it is, but the government admitted they did it. So again, we are constantly being under attack by the government that claims they're for the people. So you can call it whatever you want. You can hack it up however you want. But a small group of people waging war and making all the decisions and making the wrong decisions, filling the pockets of the rich while the poor stay poor, right? And get poorer as they get richer. And it's a small handful. That is diabolical. That is evil. That is enslavement. That is not freedom at all. And whatever it takes to change that, that shit needs to change.
Yeah, I agree. I don't trust the government at all. And I think that their main goal is to divide us constantly and to make us sicker, to make us weaker and more dependent on them. I just wish, I don't see, I wish Black and white would unite and talk about that and not how we hate each other. That would be awesome.
It would be.
But I can't change that as a single person. It needs to be everyone that tries to do that, right?
But human nature doesn't do that. We're too divided. I've been working in activism very long, and even white people that show up and say they're allies, they're only allies with us until we say something that they don't like or they can't understand our perspective, and then it becomes a problem. So in working in activism, I've seen so-called allies and trying to unite with other groups of people, even Hispanics. I think it's human nature for people to think about self-survival, and I think most groups think about themselves and their people first.
Right, they're very tribalistic.
Nature.
It's tribalistic, yeah.
So I don't think that there's an easy fix to this. It's very.
Do you see that as like just the reality of like forever, or that will never change?
Oh, I don't think that's ever going to change. Well, let me say this. The racist issues and things like that, I don't think those will ever change, but I think that we're coming upon some much bigger issues that we're going to have to deal with that we may not want to look at. But I think we're going into a new world order, a cashless society. We're going to have technology take over a lot of things. People are not going to.
I agree with everything you're saying on that part. And it's why do we like simpletons of people constantly fight over each other's skin color when all that evil shit is happening?
Well, because
it makes us feel dumb. It makes us feel dumb that they're probably laughing at us. Oh, look at those Black and white people fighting against each other. We love it. They're so mad at each other, and we're gonna have a cashless society and make them all dependent. Who cares if they're white, black, brown? Doesn't matter. They're all dependent on us, and that's what makes me like upset to see.
Well, you know what? I will say, somebody said something in the chat is good. Somebody said, ask your people, bro. But let me say this to you. I think that honestly,
there's been African American leaders as well, right?
What you have to do is speak to your people, and then we talk to our people. See, that's how this works. Like, I think the way that things have been set up, a white man or a white woman can't come along and tell Black people nothing, right? We don't want to hear that. But so we have to talk to our people, and then it takes you to talk to your people. But again, that's only ever going to happen in small groups. The truth is you're never going to get everybody's not going to come together and agree on that. That's impossible.
And majority at least.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's going to take more than that if you really want to change things in this country, right? But I think
just majority if we have democracy, right? A pure democracy.
Well, it depends.
And then we kick the extremists out on both sides, right?
But again, you have people who smile at you like Kamala or Biden, and you don't think they're extremists, but they are.
That's kind of what I see as well. It's like we have African American leaders, and they're not talking about this either.
Well, we talk about this stuff all the time.
No,
Yes,
I'm saying like leader, like the president or like a senator or like, TV
okay.
host or whatnot. I'm not talking about us like as
I
YouTubers
get
or.
what you say, but I was gonna say this in our community, and no disregard. Like, I'm not just a YouTuber; I'm actually an activist, and I just come online and I use this as a space. So for Black people, we don't have any leaders in high places, because those people that are in high places, they're only in that position if they're willing to play the government's game, or otherwise they won't be in that position. Right? That's what we have learned over many times. So for us, our leaders are people in our communities. We're called grassroots activists. We're the people who speak out. One of our leaders that is a revolutionary actually died, Assata Shakur, in Cuba, and people are still calling her a fugitive because she was down with the Black Panther Party and all of the people back in the day of revolution. And Cointelpro was trying to kill her, put them all in prison. And she actually got away. And so they were never able to extradite her and make her go to prison, although the rest died or went to prison. And so for Black people, those are the people who are our leaders. Anybody who is really in power, we already know that ain't the person for us.
I see. That's a sad future. If we can't even trust anybody who gets that position of power, it sounds like it'll never change.
Yeah, I don't think it will. And I think people just need to prepare for the next set of what's coming. As I preach to my people, things are getting ready to change. They're changing now very rapidly. And there will be a next pandemic. And that pandemic will be part of helping to depopulate. Once you have all of this AI in place, you don't need as many humans. The government literally only sees us as workers. We're there to work, to pay off debts that they have. And so we're seen as dollar signs. But now that they don't need us to work because AI will be taking everybody's job, guess what? Now they need less people, and they feel that that will fix the global warming and all of that other stuff. So you best believe there is another pandemic coming, and there will be things that once these things are enacted real soon here, you'll see a thing of depopulation. There'll be a lot of things happening that a large amount of people are going to die.
Right.
So
we're already going through depopulation for sure.
You're gonna see it
Globally.
much worse though, because it's gonna be like COVID, but it's gonna be 50,000 times worse. A lot of people are gonna die, and that's the whole plan. They created the COVID mess, right? And so I think that's what people need to be more concerned about, how you're going to survive what's coming. I'll be honest with you. I'm not concerned about fighting racists these days. My concern is preparing my people for what's going to come, because the time to stand up and to fight back against the government, that time is slowly not even going to be a reality anymore. You're not going to be able to stand up to the government and the military and the laws and the things that they're changing. You won't get anywhere. They will drop us all dead before we can get 5 feet into trying to fight them. They're actually going to make it against the law to speak and come against your government at some point. We're not going to have that freedom of speech, right? And so for me, the time to stand up and change it, that's kind of past. And at this point, I just prepare my people to be able to endure and survive what is coming.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't want to talk about race anymore. I want to talk about our government being evil, and for all Black and white people to understand that, acknowledge that, say, okay, we might have some tribalistic, racist tendencies, but we need to unite to go against our government who is stoking all of this on purpose. And we know that. It seems like you know that. I know that. Now let's team up and go against the government, right?
I agree. I agree. I'm not the one to say how that can be done, because I don't know.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither.
Trying to work with people and make stuff happen. I don't know how that's going to happen. But I will tell you, and let me say this in closing, thank you for coming up, that when I speak of white supremacy, it absolutely can trickle down to individuals that can uphold that ideology, because the government makes it so, because we live in such a racist place. But when you ever hear me speak of white supremacy, I'm talking about the government.
Okay, I can agree with that. Yeah. I'm not a white supremacist. I disavow every white supremacist. I disavow our government.
Just because you're a white guy. No, I don't think
right. But I feel like a lot of people get emotional and they'll just think that about a white person. And the same thing, a white person will just think that of a Black person, right?
Yes.
Like, we're both getting labeled as supremacists. You're either a white supremacist or a Black supremacist. And that's, sad to see.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you for having me up, and you were very kind, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming up, Charles. You have a good night.
You as well. Bye-bye.
Let me see. Let me catch up on these super chats, y'all. I didn't even realize y'all gave this many super chats. Let me go back. Okay. Nasassa in the house gave a $20 holla. Says, sis, ignore mental midgets and deflectors of the truth. Look. Pamba, why you want to get, you know, I can barely even pronounce your name. I'm not staying on AKA. We're going to say the AKA part. Free the land. Shout out to you for the $20 holla. Let me see. I didn't see all these. I don't know if y'all said anything. I was supposed to, y'all might have wanted me to say to him while he was up here. If y'all said something y'all wanted me to ask him, I apologize because I did not see these super chats coming in. Derek came through with the $10 holla, says it seems that he's not distinguishing the difference in systematic racism and prejudice. He just thinks that everyone can be racist and this system is founded on racism and genocide. Thank you for that. I agree. Let me see. Nassassin with the $20 holla come back and said, this man cannot be this ignorant. Sir, knock it off. You're insulting my intelligence. You know what, though? Let me say this. Thank you for the $20 holla, Nassassin. But let me say this. This is what I be trying to tell y'all. When white people, this is a teachable moment, y'all, right? So listening to the way that man spoke, that is wholeheartedly how he feels. And he cannot see things from our perspective as a white man because he does not walk in black people's shoes. Does that make sense, you guys? And so this is when I say to y'all that all white people may not be racist, but they all have white privilege. I don't care if they live in the trailer park. They are poor and on welfare and are drug addicted and have been to jail. I don't care what their standard is in life. If they are white, they all have white privilege. And that white privilege simply says, because they are born into a white skin in this country, there are things that they will never see from a certain perspective, never experience, and never have the understanding or reality or realization of the things that we're talking about, right? That is a perfect example of white privilege. I don't think by any means the man that came up here, I don't think Charles is racist. I don't think he has a problem with black people, right? Even when we spoke about what happened at the campus, he could rationalize why that made sense, why they shouldn't have been there and they shouldn't have done it that way. And the black people that were there didn't say anything racist because you can't say words to white people and that's not racism. So I don't think he's racist, right? I'll say that. I don't think every white person is racist, but he definitely has white privilege. And that comes into the way he's been raised, the way he sees himself as a person in this country, the value that has been put on who he is as a human being. And we all can agree them things with the government. But when it still comes to being white, he doesn't understand the things that we have gone through. And you can't make him see it. This is the problem with trying to have allies. Allies always say they're down with the black community. But when we try to work with allies that are white people, at some point, they don't understand what we're expressing or why we feel the way we feel about something or why we may say something that we say. And then that's what tends to strike a nerve with them because that understanding gets lost in white privilege versus black reality. Okay, that happens a lot of times. So again, that was a perfect example of white privilege. It's just stuff, being a white man that he don't even understand what that's like. That's white privilege, y'all. Let me see, where was I at? I think, let me see. Which one did I read? Okay, here we go. Derek came back with the $10 holla, said that's not the issue, and he can say that, but I'm sure he knows nothing about sundown towns. Absolutely. I wish I would have read this when he was up here because sundown towns are a real thing. He's got an agenda to call us racist. That's all he's debating. So again, I don't think that he wanted to say we were racist. I mean, after having the full conversation, I don't know when you said that, but I don't think that is speaking to him. I just think he's not aware and he thinks that his reality in life is everybody else's reality. He can only see life through his eyes, right? And it's definitely not through a pair of black eyes. Shout out to Nassas again, came through with the $10 holla, says 1848 Webster definition of the term American. What is the definition? Why you ain't tell us, Miss Hassan? Shout out to Wild L23 with the $10 holla, says stop playing dumb, white boy. Racist whites are racist because of their DNA, not because of the environment. Racism is genetic. You know that it's not environmental. Well, I say it's a little bit of both. And the reason why I will say that is because people are definitely a product of their environment based on what they're taught, how they are grown up, the things that they are taught. But I will not negate the DNA thing because DNA is very real. And if you guys do not know, personality can be passed down through DNA. So what that means is that if you have a white grandfather, great-great-grandfather, and he's racist and he mean and he got the propensity to be lynching people and watch somebody hang and smell burning flesh and set them on fire and still go home and eat dinner. That's part of his personality. There's something there. He can pass that down through his DNA. He absolutely can. Personality is also passed down through DNA. Have any of you guys ever watched somebody in your life not meet a person before, but will walk like, talk like, sit like, act like, do certain things, their demeanor and their personality, their humor or whatever, and you'd be like, God, you act just like such and such, and they've never met that person in their life. They didn't meet that auntie that passed away. They didn't meet that grandmother, but they have their characteristics of their personality. Personality is definitely passed down through the DNA. So if people have racist personalities, then that's what they believe, they can be passed down. But I think environment, right? We can argue nurture or nature. Okay, if you guys understand that when we talk about sociology and how people develop and how they grow, things can be nurtured and things can be natured. And I think that it is both. I think that it can be a combination of both. Shout out to you, Derek, for the $5 holler. Says, he's just trying to force the issue to Black leaders. He needs to address his own community. I think that's the only way that it really works. White people got to talk to white people and Black people talk to their own people, because the way shit is, don't nobody want to hear from each other because we don't understand living in each other's shoes. So the best thing white people would do is talk to white people. They can use their white privilege when they see racism happening. Step in and use your white privilege to negate the racism that you may see. Right? That's what they can do. So let me see. MR, I called him Mr. He said it's not Mr. I remember, I got a good memory. You don't want to be called Mr. I think of the color purple. So he said it ain't Mr. So MR, I'm gonna call him MR. Get a $20 holler. It says, I love your patience and intellect. This is a fight that has changed little by little over time. Continue to stand on it. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment, and thank you for the $20. You know, again, I'm trying to have a conversation with somebody. I know y'all be wanting me to like go in on people, but I talk to people the way that they talk to me. And again, that is always the standard. And I'm going to offer that to anybody that comes up here having that conversation tonight. I expected somebody white to click the link because of what I'm talking about and what I've been talking about. They've been coming in the chat a lot lately in the videos that I've been doing. So those are actually the people that I would want to talk to, because from their perspective, they don't see what we see. I don't understand how you see what you see. And so at the end of the day, I wanted somebody who was going to come up here and challenge me. Now, he agreed with a lot of what I said, so he really didn't challenge me. But at the end of the day, I offer that to anybody that comes up here. If you come up here and show me some respect, I'm going to show you some respect too. And we're going to have a conversation, okay? If you come up here and you talk crazy, I can talk crazy to you too. You want to be ignorant, we can be ignorant. You want to be smart ass, we could be a smart ass, right? So I'm going to treat you however you treat me. And that goes for anybody that comes up here. Just so that y'all know that if you've ever come up on my panel and you felt that I cussed you out, because you came up here avoiding the questions, playing games, being dumb, over talking me, being disrespectful, that's why your ass got cussed out. If you come up here and no matter what race you are, if you can talk to me right, then we can have a conversation. I do know how to talk to people, y'all. I used to be a pastor. Y'all, come on now. Y'all don't think I know how to talk to people. This is funny because people will take my class after they've watched me on live. And then they'd be like, Michi not in here cussing at all. No, because y'all paid for me to teach y'all some shit. I'm in teacher mode. I'm not in here to give a YouTube show. That's a different person, right? Y'all gonna get the teacher Michi. I'm gonna talk to y'all like I was just talking to Charles. Shout out to you, Wild L23 came back with the $5 holla again. Racist whites attack us. We defend ourselves. Stop playing dumb, white boy. Self-defense is not attacking. You know that. You try so hard to play dumb. I think they be honest. They be acting like they don't know. Again, now, if you are a racist white person, I'm not gonna let you act like you don't know when you out here doing certain things. But again, ignorance is bliss. Y'all remember that comment? Ignorance is bliss. So when people live in white privilege, they are ignorant sometimes if they are not participating in the racist acts. The life that they live, they're really ignorant to Black reality. They're not Black. So of course, right? And so in that ignorance, they have this bliss that they really feel like the world doesn't work like you said. You see, he said several times, he was like, so this stuff happens and nobody talks about this. Like in his mind, he can't fathom that people are being lynched, being killed, that police officers are taking part in this shit and nobody is doing nothing about it. He can't fathom that. because in his reality, that's not his reality. Y'all see what I'm saying? And shout out to you. The Assata came back with the $10 holla and says, so all of you have homework, sis. Oh, I gotta go look that up. That's what my homework is. Okay. Hold on, let me go back. If I click this off of here, I'm about to go. Okay. I got homework, and the Assata he be showing love. So I'm gonna go do my homework. Let me write this down. I'm gonna go do my homework. I'm gonna go look it up. Now let me see. Okay, and then we got Wild LD came through with the $2 holla and said, what do you see? What we see? They can see, they play dumb. Oh, you saying, okay, what we see, they can see, they play dumb. They can see it, but I don't know if they can necessarily comprehend it for what it is for us. Again, walking in black shoes, come on, I'm not finna get that shit to everybody. Walking in black shoes and then walking in black life, you don't. This is why I get upset when oftentimes people of another race want to talk to me about black and what it's like, or to tell us what we should think, because no, you not black. You don't get to fucking tell me what it's like to be black. You can listen and let me explain to you what being black is like, but you can't tell me about being black. That's offensive to me. So again, yes, our experiences are layered. So let me say, y'all was hyping the chat earlier. Nobody else got nothing else to say? Let me see. Let me put that link right there. Anybody else? If not, as I have y'all in here, what I do want to say about this, if anybody else would like to click the link, does anybody want else tell me? Okay, he said, oh, sorry, Michi. I said whites can see what we see. They can see. They play dumb. He said, upon completion of homework, I will donate $100. Well, I'm gonna have my homework ready on the next live. Okay, you gonna be here? I'm gonna go look it up because I don't know the answer. So that's interesting to me. I want to know what that. I'm sure you put it in there for a good reason. So I actually want to know because I don't know. So I'm definitely gonna go look it up. But so let me ask you guys, right? Again, we have this guy that came up here, but you saw all of these things that happened. So if nobody else wants to click the link is in there if y'all don't want to click it. But I do want to sum this live up before I get out of here as I played them clips for y'all. I want to talk, and we may talk about this some more tomorrow because this is going to be a topic that we are going to talk about quite a bit. I don't think it will be going away that easy because it's here and it seems like it's here to stay. But I need y'all to understand that Black people are now becoming the racists in America. This is what they're saying, right? Now, that video that I played for you guys with the Black guy that was saying, oh, y'all being racist, why y'all kick them off? Y'all can't have no conversation with them. All in his comment section, I see it all over social media. People saying nothing but, oh, Black people so racist this day and age. Look how they treat everybody. They talk about they get treated with racism, but look at how they are to people. Like, people are calling us racist left and right. And so are other Black people stating that everybody can be racist. Now, I gave the definition of what the racism was to this man. So I don't think I have to give it to everybody all over again. But racism is about actions. It's not about words that you say to people. Y'all got to stop confusing prejudice with racism, because we can be prejudiced, but we definitely cannot be racist. We don't have any systems to oppress anybody that we may think that we're better than. And at the end of the day, I ain't never been around too many Black people, and our conversation is, oh my God, we so much better than white people. Like, when we're talking about Black empower and empowering ourselves to be empowered and build things for our community and be on a better footing in our communities, we're always talking about our Black empowerment being building ourselves up, right? Becoming more of what we need to be. That's what we're talking about, right? We're not over here talking about I'm superior than white people. I think that I'm better than them. Those conversations don't come into play When we're focused on Black empowerment, we're not talking about white people at all or other races, unless we're talking about how they're not our allies, how it is they hold us back, how it is that they play certain games, how it is they're racist, or how they've done certain things to us. That's when they come into the conversation. Other than that, we're not walking around talking about we think we're better than somebody. And that's the definition, the white definition that the government gave you because they want you to believe everybody can be racist. But even based on that definition, racism, go look it up, says a race of people who think that they are superior than another race. That's the simple definition of it. We don't go around talking about, so keep that in mind when you hear these people saying, and that's based on their definition. It's a bullshit definition because we know that racism is much more than that. How do we know? Because racism was created and defined by white America in this country and the way that they enslaved and treated Black people. That's how we know. That's how racism was created. So the definition is going to come from how it was created, okay? And even if you want to go with the white one, we don't sit around talking about we're better than white people. We don't. See, white power, that term, because I don't know if you noticed, but in the video, the guy was like, oh, they screamed Black power and attacked my car. Did y'all see what he wrote in the video? White power has a historical meaning behind the word. White power has always meant the taking of land, of human beings, oppressing people, holding them down so it will benefit us. That is what white power has always been. There's a definition of it. I didn't create it. It's just what it is. All around this world, white people have gone and tried to conquer and take everybody's land, take everybody's shit. And when they're screaming white power definitely means that we are better than everybody else, that we need to be empowered. And that word has a history to it. And that history has actions that says we kill, we murder, we oppress, we take, we steal from people. Okay. That's what white power means. Based off, I didn't come up with the definition, based off what we know. Okay. Black power. So when he said, oh, they were screaming Black power, Black power is not racist. When we're screaming Black power, for the Black people in the chat, when we say Black power, are we saying Black power because we're saying we're better than another race? Are we saying Black power because we're talking about raising ourselves up to do something to another group of people to keep them down so we can be empowered over them? Is that what we mean whenever we say Black power? Now, I don't know if the white folks have stuck around long enough, but if y'all are still here in the chat listening, I want you to look at all of those no's. When we say Black power, Black people have been oppressed and been held down ever since we have been in this country and built this country, from laws around our hair to all kind of shit, right? That you could never imagine. So we have been oppressed. We are oppressed. We are constantly pressed down and kept down so that we cannot thrive as the God-given human beings that we are and the rights that we should have to do so. Okay, so when we talk about Black power, we're talking about raising ourselves up. We have been demeaned for so long, told that we're stupid, told that we're the thugs, told that we're the people who can't act right. I just told you earlier with the Black woman who was on here disrespecting Assata Shakur. You have people, Black people who come from other countries, and the first thing their parents to tell them is stay away from them Black folks. They're ghetto, they're trifling, they're thugs. Don't bring no Black American boy home to marry. Don't bring no Black American girl home over here. This is what they say about us. So we have been so demeaned, so oppressed, so put low. We have been talked about by every fucking body. We have been misrepresented by everybody. We have been given every fucking negative stereotype that there is. So when we say Black power, we are talking about the upliftment of our people. Nowhere in there are we talking about any other race. We don't care what y'all doing. We would like y'all to leave us alone. We don't care what you do. We don't care what you eat. We don't care where you go. We don't care what you sleep, who you sleep with, and whether you believe it or not. If you end up with a Black person, more power to you. That's on you. I don't care who you date. I don't care who you be with. That's on you. Black power is never about anybody else but Black people. And it's about our upliftment, our building, finding love in who we are. What people don't seem to understand is that for so long, I watch Black women walk around, and no disregard to Black women, because we could go to Black men too, right? But like on some real shit, we've been told all our life that the standard of beauty is a white woman, lighter skin, straight hair, and all of those things. Yes? We've been told that the darker the skin, okay, the kinkier the hair, the uglier you are. And then people would demean Black women today because of the way they walk around, they do their hair, they straighten their hair. Do you know that there's even now what is called an acceptable hairstyle? Did you ever wonder why fucking Michelle Obama sat in the White House with her straight ass white women do for the whole goddamn time Obama was president? Now he ain't president. What she got in her head? Them fucking braids. Because she had to wear what was a reasonable style, a presentable style, a nice style, because anything that belongs to Black people has been deemed ugly and not acceptable. So then you got Black women who are raised from the time they babies, and every time they look around, they see that what they look like is not cute, and the standard of beauty is the opposite. And then they get up and then they turn around and they want to straighten their hair, or they think they're ugly, or they don't know how to wear their fro, or they want to turn around and put on a wig. And I'm not demeaning Black women. I'm saying that it's been so ingrained in us. We've been told if you don't try and look whiter, God damn it, you're ugly. So at the end of the day, when we talk about Black power, we are talking about uplifting a group of people that have been nothing but stepped on, kicked at, talked about, demeaned, brought down, mistreated, and all of the negative stereotypes belong to us like they don't belong to any fucking body else. Even the fact that motherfuckers will say Black on Black crime. Nobody else has a fucking term like that. And I see y'all super chats. I'm going to read them in 1 second. Nobody else gets a fucking term like that. Black on Black crime belongs to us? Really? Now, I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I'm going to say this because I want to state that, not like I don't even use any of them fucking degrees I got. So I ain't bragging, but I want to explain to you on some real shit about crime that your government knows, that educated people know, but they don't want to say this, and they'll say Black on Black crime. Do you know that if you say Black on Black crime, what you're doing is you're blaming the crime on a person's race? So what you're essentially saying is that we commit crime because we're Black. That's what that word is saying. You commit crime because you're Black. Black on Black crime. When you bring somebody's race into the crime, you're saying that the crime is being committed because of their race. So now let me tell you some real statistics and studies. There are predictors of crime, and race is not one of them. It's not. Poverty is. People who live in poverty commit crime. And if you go to the white ghettos, because baby, they have them. If you go to the trailer parks, those white people that are poor, they're drunk, they're drug addicted, they go to jail, they kill each other, they're in gangs, they got tattoos, they beat their wives, some of the wives beat their ass, they got baby mamas, even though they don't call them that, they got single mothers, they have all of that shit in their poor ass community too. Because poverty is a predictor for crime. So is mental disorders, so is drug abuse. But we also know that the government floods drugs into our communities, just like they have flooded fentanyl into communities. And you have Kensington Ave. Those are white people, though. And this is why I keep telling y'all, when they start treating the white people like shit, Black people, did y'all listening to me? It is time to get motherfucking serious and get ready, because it's one thing to come after us, but now they're going after Antifa. They got the white folks strung out on fentanyl, and the government gave them that fentanyl. When they start to, at an alarming rate, come after white people like they've been coming after us, I want you to know it's time for some shit that you better be ready for. Okay? Because again, we are the smallest population. So when the government needs to do what they need to do to depopulate, they got to step away from Black people. They can't kill us all, but if they could, we're not enough. They would still need to get rid of plenty more. Even if they got rid of all of us, they still got to get rid of more. So I want you to pay attention to that, because now they're coming for them too. That means a lot of trouble for us. You should pay attention to that. But crime is a predictor of a lot of things. And then I want to tell you this, right? I'm sorry, poverty is a predictor of crime. Proximity is a predictor of crime. white people murder more white people. Hispanic people fight and argue with more Hispanic people. It's about who you live around and who you know. And then I also want to tell you that ghettos are created. Your government creates those ghettos that people live in because they know the poverty, the drug abuse, the alcohol everywhere, the fake ass church. You ever wonder why there's a church on every corner just like a liquor store? Because that's that false hope. You got to give them false hope because ghettos are stressful, right? So at some point, so they don't decide to stand up or come after, you got to give them something to give them a little bit of hope. And life is hard as fuck if you pour it in the ghetto. It is hard as hell. And you might lose your damn mind, and you might be out here shooting up random schools and shit too, like these white people, if you didn't have no church in you, right? Because of course, white Christianity, I've told y'all, they're okay to be violent. Their Christianity allows them to demean people, step on them. Y'all saw that white man that came up a while back on my live, and he said, well, the Bible says that we're superior and you guys are beneath us. But see, black people's Christianity is different. It was given to you in slavery. It says that you should be meek, you should be humble, you'll get your mansion in heaven, that the meek will inherit the earth. You should forgive your enemy. You should pray for them. You shouldn't try and get vengeance against them. This is what it says to you. So when you're living this stressful ass life in the hood and then you take your ass to that church is there to just subdue your anger. That church is there to remind you shouldn't fight back. This is what the fuck they did on Sunday on the plantation. You couldn't beat us and rape us and make us stay in the sun. At one point, we was going to get mad and it might only be 7 white people in this house, but it's 30 niggas in the field. We could take y'all out, but we don't want you to get there yet. So on Sunday, we're going to let you have the day of rest. We're going to put a black person on the pulpit. We're going to teach his ass how to preach this word to you. We're going to manipulate this word so you understand that what's happening to you, God said you're supposed to be in this position. And we're not going to beat anybody on Sunday. We're not going to assault anybody sexually on Sunday. We're not going to do any of those things. This is your day of rest because we got to give you some reprieve so you have a moment to reset, because if we just keep pushing you, y'all might lose your mind and go off on everybody. This is why you have a liquor store and then you have a church right next to them, but your fucking communities don't change. For every damn liquor store that is on the corner and then there's a church, if your church held power, why the fuck has your community not changed? You got 17 churches in 17 miles. And you mean to tell me 17 churches can't come together and make a difference in your damn community? You serve a weak ass God then. And I'm not going to turn this conversation into religion. I'm going to tell you that's the God they gave you to serve, and they gave it to you for a reason. Ghettos are created by your government. So they don't have to create ghettos. People could have good health care with all the tax dollars we pay. Everybody could have a good education. Everybody could have a steady roof over their head. Everybody could have some sanity. If people did have mental disorders, they could go and get the proper help that they need for it. And we could be a different type of society. That's not what the fuck they want. So again, I hope you didn't lose me down the rabbit hole because I didn't get lost. Ghettos are created. Many things are predictors of crime. Your government knows that, and they set you up, just like education is a predictor of crime. They build prisons based on reading scores in the inner cities at 3rd grade level. That means whether you can read or not in the 3rd grade is a predictor of crime. That's why they start building prisons based on those numbers. So once again, I don't want to hear black on black crime. It's bullshit. And you hear a lot of black people say it too. Oh my God, well, all the crime that happens in our community. What I want to say to you is, when the fuck have you ever lived in a white community? If you ain't been around white people and you don't hang with white people and you ain't never been with white people, shut the fuck up telling me what white people do or don't do. You know about what black people do because you live around black people. Go live around white people and then come talk to me. So again, even the term black on black crime, they make it seem like we're the worst criminals in this country. So now people don't have sympathy when they hear about the things that happen to us. Oh, they're just playing that race card. You know, they're the lowlifes. They're the ones that commit all the crimes. Oh my God, they're just killing each other. White people kill each other too. So we have been nothing but torn down in our blackness in this country. So again, where we started in this rabbit hole, I'm gonna climb my way back up out of it. Black power does not mean that we are trying to exert power over anybody. It is a term that we use to uplift ourselves out of the fucking low positions that we have always been put in and seen as in this country. There is a difference between white power and black power. But they're going to start to tell you that black people are racist now and we're the racists. But I told y'all that a couple of years ago. We've had this argument over the definition of racism. Somebody asked me to drop the link one more time. I put it in there. This is the second time I put it. If you want to click the link, because if don't nobody click it, I'm going to be out of here in a few minutes unless you have something that you would like to say, right? But again, y'all need to watch out for that because that's the narrative that they're going into now. And there are a lot of black people, you guys, like Anton Daniels, Officer Tatum, Candace Owens, and them twins. Who is them twin dudes? Y'all seen them twins that be on here? They rather handsome, but they some coons like a motherfucker. It's these two twins. I don't even know their name, but they be on here with these deep ass voices. They're kind of coonish. They seem like Officer Tatum. But then if you go on social media and you look in people's just comment sections, I'm telling you, somebody said the Hodge twins. That's their name. So I see just regular people like that guy I just played for you earlier today talking about the black kids on the campus was being racist. So not only are people pushing this narrative, they have a lot of black people maybe that are from other countries. They're not FBA or ADOS, whatever y'all want to call yourselves. I'm down with the ADOS because y'all know FBA co-opted that shit, but we ain't gonna talk about it in tonight's show, okay? There are other black people that are helping to push this narrative, which is going to make it easier for everybody to buy. I'm very offended. I don't even have the words really yet of how I feel, but I'm very offended because after all we've been through, how the fuck do you turn around and then make us the racist? I see somebody in the back. I'm going to click you up in 1 second. Let me read these super chats. When I started noticing that the other day, I have to tell y'all that I have an anger in me. Y'all remember Angry Michi? Some of y'all like, but bitch, when did you stop being angry? How many of y'all remember me when I first came on the scene? How many of y'all remember that? I'm gonna just let y'all ponder about it for a minute. Do you think there's a difference in the way that I am now? I can tell you there was a difference in the way I feel inside. Shout out to C-Jonix. Is that how you say it? It says, sorry to ask an inappropriate time, but when is the next class? Okay, the next class is actually the second or the beginning of the third week in October. And as of tomorrow, I will send out an email. I actually put it all up on the site, but I have not made everything available. But as of tomorrow, I will send out an email and I will announce it on the live tomorrow, but it will be up. I know everybody keeps asking me about the next class and it starts in October, okay? Thank you for asking, but yes, it will be up. So you can look tomorrow. I'll probably finish it before I go to bed. I did just put all the information up about it on the site. Shout out to Wild L23 with a $2 holler says Black Power. We're saying we're better than they say we are. I like that. That's right. We're better than they say we are. Shout out to MR for another $20 holler says it's crazy how the bully is trying to play the victim role nowadays. Absolutely. It's pissing me off. I'm reading super chats and I'm about to tell you how I feel about this shit. I'm trying to say it and not be too upset. Necessity came back with the $10 holler says 20 years after the first acknowledged truth, 1828 was still stated in 1848. I get where you're going. Thank you for that. I get what you're saying. Right. What the true American is, it's not necessarily defined for us. It never has been. That's what I'm saying. The difference between white people and black people. Like a white person can accept that and be like, oh, yeah, I'm an American. And a lot of black people, by definition, it's hard to say that because America it was built by us, but it was definitely not founded for us at all, right? Shout out to Faith is all we need. Thank you for your love and your support all the time, Faith, coming in here and showing your love just about every dang show. So I appreciate that. It says unity equals black power with them purple hearts. Y'all know that's my color. Shout out to my lights been exchanged for yours. FBA $5 holla says FBA love everybody and didn't say we was better. God did. Shut up. They said like that right there. God said we was better. Well, technically, all life did start in Africa. I'm just saying it's called the Eve gene. And if you go back far enough, all y'all mama is a black woman. I'm just stating facts, but that don't mean we better. That means we birth y'all, so y'all should calm the fuck down. Be nicer to your mothers. Shout out to Portia for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate that. Thank you. And while L23 with the $5 holla says, I hate when whites try to teach us about race. They always think they're smarter than us. Well, you can't teach somebody about something that you ain't lived through. Sometimes you just gotta listen. That's been my hardest part with allies and non-black people who bring their ass in the rooms with black people and claim they're part of our cause. They don't know how to shut the fuck up and listen. If you ain't black and you don't know what it's like to be black, you should be quiet. And you should let black people tell you. But let me explain this to y'all. How many of y'all remember when I first came on the scene? I was in trouble. I was the black identity extremist. I was in trouble on YouTube all the time. Y'all thought I was crazy. Some of y'all did. And I kept telling y'all, if you don't get your ass up, it's time to tear this motherfucker down. I was mad as hell. I really was. I'm still mad today. But I have working in the community, I've been burnt out a lot, right? And I sit and wrestle with, what do I do next? Like, how do I approach this? This approach I don't think necessarily worked. It helped some people, but didn't help other people. Like, I'm always trying to figure out how I'm supposed to go about doing this in the community and helping my people. But in that, sometimes your people can, they can help to douse the fire in you. Because sometimes the things we come up against with our own people, it's like, what the fuck am I doing this for? Like, it's the people that I help sometimes I think don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, everything I try to do in the black community, a black person has come against me to fuck it up, to destroy it, you know? It's always been another black person. So it's very discouraging, right? But this issue of them trying to make us be the racists, like, I'm angry like I was when I first started. This shit pisses me off. Like, I'm angry. And if y'all know me, Michi be yelling and Michi be talking loud, but that don't necessarily mean I'm angry because I laugh and I smile. But there was a time, if you are my day one, that you knew I was angry as fuck. I was ready to fight everybody today. Right now, I got a bottle of gasoline and I can get some more from the gas station where you want me to meet you. That was me. I haven't felt that fire in a long time because y'all done kicked that shit out of my back the way y'all treat me sometimes. But my fight is not always about y'all. How many of y'all know my day ones where you was from the beginning? I told y'all, like, I'm in this fight. I'm not this activist that just wants notoriety. I lost somebody in this. I've lost several somebodies. Like, I've endured bullshit. I'm angry because this fight is my fight too. I'm not just here like motherfuckers on Black Lives Matter. I just want to be an activist. Like, I was forced into this shit. They murdered my brother. They destroyed my son's fucking life. His whole life. His whole fucking life. I've had motherfuckers burn down my house when I was 19. I remember the fear of sitting up all night wondering if these motherfuckers was going to come back to our house when they wrote, "Nigga, get out on our barn." I remember when I was 17 and 3 white men tried to snatch me in their car. So when you talk to me about living around white people, I thought I was safe in a suburb. And the suburb is where a nigga tried to snatch me up and kill me. It was in a white neighborhood around a bunch of Hispanics that lived there as well. The first time I ever got my car stole. A nigga ain't never stole my car in the hood. And I'm not saying they don't. I'm just giving y'all a different perspective. I could go on and on and on. But I'm angry like that again. And it's not even about y'all. It's about how I feel. I'm mad at a motherfucker. That fire y'all have doused by kicking me in my back every time I try to help the black community, these motherfucking racists in this country have lit that motherfucking flame for me again. I'm mad as fuck about this scenario. You do not get to treat Black people the way that you have treated us in this country. Continue to treat us. And motherfucker, we the racist because we say some words? Because we call you a name? Bitch, if racism was only calling people names and words, do you know how much we wouldn't have lost? If that's what racism really the fuck was, do you know how fucked up we wouldn't be? That's not racism. And you motherfuckers ain't never gonna get to tell me that shit. Oh, they're racist. Let me tell you something. Y'all been bullying us our whole entire existence. And now that we're standing up to the bully and we fucking treat you like you treat us, and the truth is, we can't truly treat these motherfuckers like they treat us. We don't have the power to do to them what they've done to us. We don't have that ability. But because we start giving you some pushback these days, because we will cuss you out, we will knock your white ass out, we will do some things to your racist ass. And it ain't just white people. We done had this conversation before. You got the Asians, you got the Hispanics, the motherfuckers is racist too. We give you some pushback. We use words. We fight back. Because we get tired of the shit y'all do. And now because we won't sit down and be no punk bitches. Now we're racist? That shit got me mad than a motherfucker. Yeah. I remember there was a time I said that my demise would probably be being killed or spending the rest of my life in prison. But then I calmed down a little bit because I was like, these niggas don't care. So you ain't got to die for this, Nietzsche, because they not willing to die either. But right now, how I feel, it reminds me that this ain't even just about y'all. I'm in this fight because it's personal to me. It's not like I chose to want to be an activist because it's popular like a lot of motherfuckers. And yeah, I'm angry like that again. Where I feel like we should stand up, and if a motherfucker want to say we racist, I want to treat people like they treated us. Like at the end of the day, we racist? Bitch, I want to show you some racism. Because you have yet to feel an ounce, an inch of what the fuck they have done to our people and continue to do, but we're racist? If we got to be racist, I want to show you what being treated with racism really fucking feels like. These motherfuckers got me mad. And then all of these crooning ass Black people who want to come out and co-sign this shit. Black people racist as hell. We racist. We mean to white people. So what? The shit that white people endure from Black people being called names, being slapped if you want to be a Karen, that is nothing compared to the way that we have been and we are treated. And it's amazing. That's that white privilege. Because racism is so far beyond that and the shit that they've done to us. But you give these motherfuckers an inch of what they've done back. Oh my God, this is racism. We can't take it. Ain't none of you motherfuckers been lynched. Your children are not on purpose pushed into schools where they're not educated so that they can be stupid when they goddamn grow up and end up in prison. Your children are not getting fucking autism and getting these shots at the rate Black kids are. I'm not saying nobody else kid ain't, but it's clear in statistics that Black kids are getting it the most. Y'all ain't dealt with half the shit that we done dealt with. Ain't none of you white women laid on no goddamn table and let some sexual sadist give you a goddamn C-section with no anesthesia. Or learn how to use the thing they stick up inside of you for a goddamn pap smear and do that shit and show the whole world. Gynecology was built on torturing Black women's bodies. Oh, but because somebody call you a Karen or call you a name, now we're the racist? No, baby, you have not begun to feel racism. And if that's what you want, then I hope that's what you fucking get. I do. If you're going to scream that shit, I want you to feel the pain that comes along with that shit you trying to fucking scream. That's what I wish on all you white motherfuckers that, oh, they're so racist to me. I hope you feel racism for real. I hope 7 motherfuckers that ain't white grab you up, put a bag on your head, and hang you from a tree, bitch. Then talk to me about some racism. Because it's 2025, and they just hung another one of ours. a couple of weeks ago. And ain't nobody gonna do nothing about it. Do you ever think you'll see a day where the sun will come up over a park? The funny thing is that people commit suicide all the time, do they not? In all different kind of races, yes? So why is it that we have never seen the sun come up over a white boy who decided to hang himself from a tree in the park? Or hang himself from a fucking college campus in front of for everybody to see? So we have a history of being lynched, and only Black people commit suicide by going outside and lynching themselves and putting themselves on a tree to hang in public for people to find them that way? Like, that don't even make no fucking sense. If this is the way that people commit suicide, how come we haven't found any other races of people like this? And of all people, you want us to believe that after the history we had, that all these Black people just decide, I think I want to die today, and I'm going to go hang myself from a tree. Not from the closet in my room, not from the motherfucking garage in my house, but I'm going to go do it outside in public from a tree. Fuck you. People don't commit suicide like that. That's all I'm going to say. If these niggas want to scream racism, the world about to come to an end anyway, baby. I'm just saying. Maybe they ought to feel that shit for real. Shout out to Assata. He came through with another $10 holla. He says, research. There you go with them words. And white time tomorrow. White time tomorrow. You and these words. Assata, you be putting me to work, but I mean, since you put in there with a super chat, I'm going to write it down. I have no idea what the hell that is. I'm going to go research it and find out. You learn something new every day. Shout out to my smart Black people. I can learn something from you, right? Shout out to Swedish Princess. She says, when I was in Michigan, I lived in majority white buildings. And yes, they are hood and far from crazier and far more crazier. I feel safer in a Black community. I do too. At least I know what I'm dealing with. I mean, I know how to duck from bullets, but I don't care to be tied up in nobody's basement for 10 years. Just saying. That's the type of shit they do. Shout out to Paula with the $2 holla. Says you have a burning issue to impart. I absolutely do. I absolutely do. Shout out to my life's been exchanged for yours with another $5 holla. In works of Malcolm X, and when America is long and gone, we're still going to be Black. Absolutely. Shout out to D1, new school. Shout out to you for becoming a channel member. I appreciate that. Dang, it was a lot of super chats in here. I was in here having a moment, y'all, and I blinked out, blinked out and missed all these damn super chats. Shout out to Fred J with the $5 holla. Says, don't let your fire out. I'm angry also. You outside for real. I'm leaving airing off from you so I can make a difference in Portland. Okay. Are you in Portland? Are you? Do Antifa really be out there tearing shit up? Okay, wait a minute. Let me read the super chat. I'm gonna come back to the chat because I want to see what you got to say. Shout out to Love Alert for the $10 super stick. I appreciate that. Faith is all we need. Came back with another $10 holla. Said we love you. Meet you. Your work is not in vain. Thank you. And let me tell you something. Every time I feel that way, I just got to go do an event. I be upset, and then I get to where I have to go. When I was in LA just recently, I was overwhelmed by the people that came out and the love that y'all showed me. Y'all always bring me gifts and shit like I'm special. And those are the moments that remind me of why I do what I do. And I promise you, they gave me a whole lot of feel too. Like, girl, you be making a difference in people's lives. It's okay. It's hard, but you know, I guess to whom much is given, much is required. And the things that you have to do and the position that I'm in, it's not necessarily easy, but at the same time, you know, I guess everybody can't walk in certain shoes. And so, yeah, my event in LA reminded me, right, of why I do what I do and the people that I make a difference with. So I'm going to bring Sunny up, and I have a second person who came up here, but I'm going to bring one person up at a time. So I'm going to bring Sunny up, and then I will come back to the other person that's in the back. 313 in the house. You from Detroit, Sonny?
What up? What up, though?
What up, though?
What's happening with you? You can hear me good?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. First and foremost, thank you for hosting the space, and I hope you and everybody in the chat as well. Um, Two things that you can always depend on the white supremacists to do is to play the victim and also to argue in bad faith. And we're really seeing that with the aftermath of what happened with Charlie Kirk. And
Mhm.
even like the shit that he preached when, he would go on his little tours and whatever. You had touched on crime, specifically what they call black on black crime. I just wanted to expound on that a little bit more.
Mhm.
Family, don't ever let them run this bullshit on you, especially when it comes to these FBI stats. The 13% committing 50% of the crimes. That's it's not a true stat, and it's missing a lot of context. That FBI stat is based upon arrest, and you can be arrested. People get arrested for crimes every day, and they don't get charged. They don't get convicted, but
Mhm.
that stat doesn't go away. That's first and foremost. Secondly, when you look at the exoneration rates, especially when it comes to murder,
Yeah.
we're around 53, 54% of the exonerations.
Yeah.
So those two stats are diametrically opposed. They don't mesh with each other. They're contradictions. Fatherless homes. A fatherless home just means that either the father is in the home and he's not married to the mother, or he just does not live in the home with the kid. But the CDC also says that black men are the most active in their kids' life.
Yep.
Again, diametrically opposed. Another thing that they like to run is we talked about all this DEI shit, and he specifically used the example of the black pilot. Can anybody in the chat tell me a time where they said, well, I'm black and I want to be a pilot, so I'm gonna go apply to Delta Airlines, even though I've never went through any aviation training and didn't get certified, don't have anything like that going on. You can't just
Right.
be a surgeon or a pilot just because you're black.
Right.
Um, it's just a lot of shit. And as far as the playing the victim thing, I was watching the Pierce Morgan show. For whatever reason, I punished myself and I watched this bullshit show just to keep up with like certain current events. And he had a panel on there, and they was talking about there was one guy on there. I'm not going to mention his name, but he had posted, a few memes about Charlie Kirk. And basically, Pierce asked him, like, you don't think that that was classless that you did that, blah, 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 this and that. And basically, what Dog said was like, look, over the past 10 years, we've seen memes of people laying face down with Skittles and iced tea next to them, pretending to be dead, talking about where's Draymond. We've seen memes of, oh, congratulations, George Floyd, 5 years. So, like, you all have been doing all this blatantly racist shit over and over and over again. And this shit happens to somebody who you all view highly in your community. And then most black people ain't even really teasing this death. Most black people is just like, hey, fuck them. It is what it is. You know, which is completely different than celebrating somebody's death. We're just speaking on it honestly. Hey, dog
Mhm.
used to disparage us a lot instead of focusing on his community and a lot of the problems that they have in their community. I mean, their kids can't even go to school. That's crazy. Like I've never had to deal. I'm 40 years old. I've never even fathomed being in the elementary school and somebody coming in there doing some shit like that. Like it's crazy. Um, so yeah, again, I thank you for everything you're doing. Keep up the great work, and I'm a land because you said you got somebody else back there,
Well,
so
thank
I ain't
you.
gonna
And
be too
thank
long
you.
winded.
That's okay. Well, thank you for coming up here. My fellow Detroiter, and everything you said, you were right. And what you said is actually leading to another conversation before I bring that person up. Because somebody said, "How was he racist?" And so when you brought up the pilot thing, I thought that was really good. So before you go, I just want to say this for the people in the chat that are listening. What Charlie was white privileged and racist in a way that he didn't understand. So Charlie didn't go around and call people niggas, but what this brother was saying about the pilot thing, if you guys didn't hear him, he was saying that Charlie Kirk made a statement that he would be questioning his safety if he got on a plane or whatever and he saw a black pilot. That's some racist shit to say. And the reason it's racist is because he was talking about DEI. But as this brother said up here, just because he's black is not why he got the job. Like, he absolutely had to go to school to learn how to fly that plane. He had to pass certain things. He had to get a license. He had to be certified and all of that stuff. So what he's saying is that you act like they just gave him the job because he's a black man. Like, if he did not go through any of the proper training and he doesn't have the skill to fly a plane. So for Charlie to say that, Charlie was one of those white men who thought that he wasn't being racist, but he was spewing the narrative that he's always been raised with white privilege. And even though he said it with the loving heart of Christ, in his mind, this is just how stuff was, and he didn't think he was being racist. But Charlie Kirk, if you notice what the brother up here just did, he addressed several things Charlie Kirk said. He talked about the DEI. He talked about the statistics that Charlie brought up. So he talked about how he talked about it not being in the fathers in the home. That's a very racist, stereotypical statistics. It's not true. So when you talk about people who are in the homes, they're only going based off of marriage records. Do you know how many people live together and are not married? Do you know how many people in the hood or black people will say there is no father in the home because you're poor as hell? And the truth is, we're collecting services or things to help us put food on the table because working is not enough. So the thing is, they're not knocking on every goddamn door saying, is there a man that lives here? Or just because a woman is living in a house alone doesn't mean that father is not in that child's life, even if it lives in another house. Then he brought up another statistic where it states that out of all fathers of all races, that black men are the most involved in their children's lives. They are the most likely father to eat dinner with their kids, do homework with their kids, watch TV with their kids, and put them to bed. So that statistic doesn't get. So Charlie Kirk brought up a lot of statistics while leaving out other ones to counteract that one. And he was giving very false statistics that he wasn't giving you the reality of how those are created. I took statistics in school. Okay. Statistics 101 and 102. I needed it to graduate. And I was like, oh my God, this should have math in it. And I'm horrible at this. But I got an A in both classes. And I want you to know that statistics are not what you think they are. So this brother that was down here that got on here, he's very correct. Statistics come from sample groups, meaning they don't get those numbers from every single person. Now, when you're talking about crimes, yes, they will look at the arrest record and give you verbatim, but that's still not true because they don't fucking give you everybody. So when they tell you who's in the home and who's not in the home, how do they know who's in the home? I've never had anybody come and ask me if a man is in my house raising my kids. How do they know? They go based on what? Whether you're married, whether you filled out for some assistance and said, I live alone. Yeah, we say that shit to get food stamps. It don't mean Taquan ain't at home fucking cooking dinner with them food stamps we bought for our kids. Stop playing. Stop playing. So at the end of the day, those statistics were ones that he brought about a lot, that black people don't have fathers in their home. That is not a true statistic. And then to turn around and say that they commit all of these different crimes. That is not true. Black people don't commit any more crimes than anybody else commits. So
can I say something else too?
Yeah, and I thought you might have wanted to say something. That's why I said don't go, because when you said that, a man was like, how is he racist? So go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking at too. Like in the chat, somebody saying you are lying, you playing DEI is racist, and somebody else said they're saying we're twisting the stats, and somebody else said, well, first off, how is it racist? when I'm pretty sure when Charlie seen a white pilot, he didn't say, "Oh, I hope he's qualified. Oh, I hope he doesn't nod off on fentanyl." He didn't say nothing like that. He just automatically assumed because that pilot was white, he was qualified.
Yeah.
Another thing about DEI, if it's racist against anybody, it's racist against anybody who's not a white woman, because white women have benefited the most from DEI and affirmative action. It's not
Yeah.
something that I'm saying. If you Google it, you can find plenty of articles saying this, and it ain't all left wing. You'll find Forbes, you'll find the same narrative on DEI from right wing and left wing. So stop blowing smoke up our ass. And another thing too, stop telling us that we're missing the context of what this man said. We all of us ain't just listened to 30-second YouTube shorts and just came up with the narrative off of just a clip. We have analyzed it. And then too, at the same time, saying something like that, it does not take that much context to understand what somebody is saying, especially when it's that it's that deplorable. It's not that hard. That black woman, she doesn't have the processing power, and she only got the job because she took it from a white man. Come on, how else can you take that? Like, stop playing us like we're stupid. That I'm white and I say so shit, it's not working anymore. That shit only works in your mind. Fuck out of here with that. We're
Right.
not dumb. And then every time when we break down y'all points and y'all get to the end and y'all have lost the battle, then you get to saying, "Oh well, you're just low IQ." That's always y'all fallback. It's not working anymore. And we don't have to have sympathy for Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry. That man didn't do nothing but disparage my community. And just like you said with religion, that's part of the problem. I've been going back and forth with my cousin since this. And he's basically like, "Oh, well, I'm a Christian and it teaches me that I have to value life." Like, yeah, and there's nothing wrong with valuing life, but at the same time, too, that religion shit has been one of our biggest downfalls. Like, it's nothing
Mhm.
wrong with being spiritual, but anything that tells me that I gotta love somebody who blatantly hates me and who wishes to see me harm and basically don't feel like I should exist, I don't got no love for that. And I don't feel bad when I see that go. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I don't either. And I don't think I don't look. I want to know all the white people in the chat because it's some there. Lovely Logan, you see, I got your comment up there. Do y'all? I need you to feel some sympathy for Assata Shakur.
Because white people don't get there. How
You
do
see,
white
now
people
y'all can
not
care
get
less
DEI?
about Assata Shakur. We can care less about Charlie, and we have the right to say that. Okay. The funny thing is, I left her comment up there because Lovely Logan says, yeah, because white people don't get DEI. That's why nobody would think that if they saw a white person. You put sale, but I think you said saw a white person. So this is the funny narrative that I don't know if you white people are ready for it. The same way that we get conditioned, you get conditioned too, but they condition you to believe in delusions that put you on this higher level of stuff. Because I would have Lovely Logan know. I don't know if that's a woman in there or if that's a man, and that's a picture of your family. But I would like you to know, obviously, family, or if that's you and you're white, I want you to know that white women are the biggest number one benefactor of DEI. Who told you that DEI was just for black people? DEI is for what is considered minority people. And as I told that white man earlier, even when they say they're creating programs or benefits to help black people, they still find a way to shuffle that help to other people and not give it to us. Did y'all hear me say that earlier? Because I think I saw your name earlier, Lovely Logan. You've been in here most of this conversation, right? And so DEI has about 7 people on the list of DEI benefactors, right? That receive these services through there. I want you to know that black people are the last on the list. We come underneath veterans, disabled people. Okay. The 2 at the top are white women and Hispanics. Okay. So you're very ignorant in what you're saying, Lovely Logan, because for you to say white people don't get DEI, remember, we live in a country with feminism, and so they consider women to be a minority, or do you not know that? So, being that women are considered a minority, they benefit from DEI. They're the biggest benefactors. Just open your fucking eyes. Do you recall when Trump canceled DEI, how many white women were online crying about how they lost their job? You saw white women crying about their jobs being lost, not black women or black men. You saw white women because that's who DEI benefited the most. So you need to learn some stuff for y'all come in here. Just because you white don't mean you right. I just want you to remember that. And then somebody else said, Charlie dropped out of school and college. He was a low value, the mentors of Turning Point, blah, blah, blah. Not to dismiss your comment, but I wanted to talk about the top one because Charlie Kirk, the first thing you said, just the first two sentences, because I want to address the fact that Charlie Kirk could have said whatever he wanted to say. But let's be real. His statistics, he got from Googling them. He didn't do any real research. So I want to point out the fact that he did not go to college. Not that you need to go to college, right? Because somebody said he was very intelligent and well-read. I know plenty of people who are well-read and intelligent and don't have to go to college. But I actually went to college. I have 2 bachelor's degrees, okay? And I just told y'all a minute ago, for one of those bachelor's degrees, I had to take statistics 101 and 102. And anybody who has never taken a statistics class, you do not understand how statistics are gathered. That would mean that Charlie doesn't understand that shit either. So all he did was go and Google some statistics and give that shit back to you, but he doesn't understand how statistics are gathered, so he cannot talk to you about the outliers, the mistakes, the things that don't come in. No statistic is actual and factual. He would know that when you get statistics, you have what's called a sample group, okay? Which means you take a group of the people, or you can randomly pick folks, but no statistic is every single thing counted. Every single Black household was not fucking counted and asked, is there a father in this house? They base that on who has a child, who has the father's name on a birth certificate. If your father's name ain't on a birth certificate, we're going to assume they don't have a father, right? If you are getting welfare and you say there's no father in the house, we're going to assume there's no father in the house. If you're not married, we're going to say, this is where they get those numbers from. They're not literally going around seeing who's in anybody's goddamn house. So they wouldn't know if fathers are actually in the homes with those kids. Okay? Not the real truth. They can only get a bit of the number. So let's be clear how statistics actually work. And again, when it comes to crime, you can only give us the statistics for the crime that is reported, that you catch people doing, because you do not have all the people who commit crimes. Next, that is one statistic, but there are other statistics that will negate that, meaning you can tell us that so many Black people are arrested for committing murder, but if Charlie Kirk's so smart, you dumbass, if you don't bring the other statistic behind that says Black people, as this young man said, are 53% of all people exonerated for murder. So if you're going to tell me that we commit the most murders, then you also have to talk to me about the statistic that says half of those people that are exonerated are Black people that didn't actually commit the murders. You got to factor that in. See, that's called being smart. Some things you go to college for, it's really worth it. So a man that didn't go to college, you can never argue me, a man that didn't take statistics and he doesn't know how that shit works. Because I thought it was just about Googling some shit too. When you actually take a statistics class where they teach you how to not only read statistics, but gather it. I know how to put the information in the system. I know how to get the printout back. I know how to read that shit back to you. I could take my own statistics if I wanted to. Until you learn how they really work, stop talking to me about shit that you Googled, because that's not how this really works, okay? So that's for the white lady that wanted us to all know that white people don't get DEI. Isn't that something? Lovely Logan, I think you need to use Google a little more.
Can I say something else to her?
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at one of her other posts, and it's just a waste of time. Like I can't argue with somebody who didn't grasp elementary school concepts. It's your YOU apostrophe RE, not your right RITE. Your ass can't even spell and you don't even you miss elementary grammar, Logan. So stop. You don't even
You
have
might
the
need some DEI.
aptitude. Yeah. She
Because
she
you
don't
don't
even.
qualify for the job, but we're gonna give it to your white ass anyway.
Yeah. You not you way out of your league. You need to kind of sit this one out. Go ahead and don't post nothing else, because the more you post, the more I'm gonna roast your ass, because you gonna say some more stupid shit. But I do wanna touch on something else that you said too about the being a college dropout. I too am not, like, I'm a college graduate. I'm currently going to college right now,
Okay.
but I don't believe that you do have to have college. I'm more of a, especially with how much debt kids are going into nowadays, I'm kind of becoming more of a proponent of going into trades. But the
Hmm.
reason why I bring up the whole college thing is, I think it was a dude, if I'm not mistaken, I believe his name was Lee Atwater. And he said that basically, and I'm kind of paraphrasing, but basically, he basically tried to get white people to feel like you can be the most low budget white person, but you're still better than a black person that's in the elite class, because mainly just because of your white skin. And I say that to say, you got somebody like Charlie who's talking about people like, and then the people I'm about to name, I don't really 100% agree with their politics, because I'm like you, I don't like the Democrat Party, the Democratic or the Republican Party. But when it comes to just pure intellect, Jasmine Crockett, even though I don't like her antics and how she,
I don't either.
acts like a caricature, but that's kind of besides the point. Jasmine Crockett, Michelle Obama, Ketanji Brown, you're talking about people who are highly educated, and your low budget ass is sitting up here talking about their DEI. But these women will run circles around you. But
Mhm.
then you appraise an idiot like a Marjorie Taylor Greene or a Lauren Boebert. Like it's just crazy. Like it's crazy how they really use that white skin as a form of currency.
Yeah.
To like, you will have somebody living in the trailer park who will call somebody living in the mansion a nigger. Like, man, you don't have no place to even. I'm like 10 text brackets above you, but you still somewhere in your meth out mind, you think that you're better than me. Like, it's
Yep.
just crazy. Like, we
You're
living in the
right.
upside down world.
You're absolutely right. That's it. That's exactly what they do. I've always given this analogy that you could take a white man from the trailer park who been to prison, did drugs, sold drugs, was in a gang or whatever, clean him up real nice and put him on a suit. He can walk into for an opportunity and a job, and they're going to look at him and say, "Oh, that's a man, right? It's a white man. It's a man." That's what they're going to see him as. You can take a black man who ain't been through none of that shit that white man did. He done been to college. He done did everything else. He walk in there with a suit on, and you know what he is? He's a nigga in a suit. The white
Yep.
boy is automatically more superior, even though he's the crackhead in the trailer park, because he's just simply white. And if he clean himself
Mhm.
up and don't let nobody see that, they're gonna automatically think that white is right and he's right just because he's a white man, that he's the one proper for the job. Just like lovely Logan want to come in here and say, if you see white people, you wouldn't think that because they don't get DEI, and they do. But the crazy part is to think that even if white men didn't get DEI, right? You think that white people don't have people in high places who sometimes gives them jobs that they don't really deserve. It's just their friend giving them a favor. Like that shit
Absolutely.
happens all the time. So it's just amazing. And I guess you're being racist now because black people in the chat been misspelling stuff all night, but you just want to talk about her because she white. No, we actually are talking about you because you brought up the thing about DEI. You seem to not be informed, and then you wanted to start talking junk. So y'all come in here, you run your mouth for attention, and now that the attention is on you, don't get upset. Because let me tell you something, ma'am, sir. I don't know who the fuck that is behind that account. I cuss out black people in this comment section and put the highlight on their ass all the time. So no, you wanted to run your mouth. You want the attention. You in there trying to be seen. So spotlight is on you, motherfucker. That's why we're talking to you.
And Billy John, you keep on saying that we're saying idiotic talking points, but that's not an argument. That's not a counterpoint. what do you have to dispute what me and Michi is saying? You
Yeah.
don't have nothing. All you're doing is fucking ad hominem attacks. That don't work anymore, bro. Like, come on.
Billy is sitting at home with some American flag drawers on. He got on a dirty wife beater and he drinking a Coors Light. Nobody gives a damn what Billy is talking about because Billy hasn't given articulate thought. At least the lovely person that's up there, at least that person has given a paragraph. They've given us something to work with. They're expressing how they feel. You just say one line and just say some shit. Billy, go get another Bud Light out the refrigerator and shut the hell up, okay? Ain't no, and I would you let me tell you something, Billy. You couldn't debate me even if you got out that wife beater in them American flag draws and put on a suit. Ain't nobody worried about nothing he said because you haven't even articulated any kind of argument in the chat all goddamn night. You just saying stupid stuff because you fools think that it's a mindset. Y'all are so stupid. What is you even talking about? Do you do fentanyl? Y'all believing that about yourself is self-hate. Believing what about ourselves? We didn't say we thought anything was wrong with us. Billy, put the pipe down, okay? And you talk
And
about something ain't
none of your
nobody
business.
said.
None of your business. You know it's a link, right? So if
You're
you
not
can
gonna click the
debate,
link. Come on, Billy. Come on. Put the Bud Light down and talk to us. There go the link, Billy. Billy, see, we have DEI opportunities over here too, right? So we know that most of the time it's just Black people talking and I let them up on the panel. So we have decided to start a program here over on Michi X channel to give you white people, since y'all getting so much racism in your life today, we want to make sure that we make room for you to say something if you want to say something, okay? So who's going to be the first DEI white person in here to click the link? Come on, Billy.
you know what I think that they think, Michi. I think that they think when we have conversations like this, like I think that they believe that we just sit in the house all day, don't shower for a week in our pajamas, and just think, oh man, white supremacy is
That's what
just
they
holding us
do.
down. We still go on with our lives, and we make the best of the lives that we have. But at any drop of a dime, any one of us can be an Ahmaud Arbery, we can be a Trayvon Martin. That's what we mean.
Mhm.
You do not have the fear of walking through a community and somebody sees your white skin and they just say, "Oh, what the fuck are they doing here?" and kill you. Like, come on, like you don't. When you go before a judge, you're given the benefit of a doubt, no matter how heinous of a crime you do. What was the old boy name? Brock Turner, the one who got caught SA-ing the girl behind the dumpster,
And what the
and the
judge
judge say,
say?
"Well,
He
I'm
didn't
gonna
want to
give him
ruin
a
his
slap on
life.
the wrist." Right, because you're on the swimming team of the school that I was an alumni at. Huh? Man, come on.
You know what I think is amazing? I think that this is what I want y'all to know for the white people in the chat. I want to say this wholeheartedly. Like for the man that came up here earlier and wanted to have the conversation, I was okay with that. I know that the topics are going to bring y'all in here because Charlie Kirk name is in here, but I want to be really clear to all of you non-Black people in my comment section right now. My commentary is not for you. And because this is YouTube, you can come into the chat room. But if this was an event at the Black Agenda, you wouldn't be allowed in the room. So at the end of the day, we're entertaining you and we're laughing, looking at your comments. But y'all don't ever be in my chat. Y'all only in my chat right now because Charlie Kirk. Y'all don't watch no Michi damn X. You're just in here because you want to hear what somebody got to say about racism and Charlie Kirk. And this is why you're in here right now. But my commentary don't be for y'all. So regardless of what y'all think or not, what I'm amazed by is the fact that y'all really think that your opinion matters or that we're in here talking to have this conversation to say something to you. When I'm talking to enlighten my people to say, have you seen this? Do you know that this is going on? Pay attention to what this is. This is some bullshit. We're in here having our conversations as Black people and what we go through in this country. And so the truth is, because this is YouTube, you can slide up in the conversation, but nobody's talking to any of y'all. We don't care what you say. I don't care how you feel. I don't care what you want to talk about. Like, you could go watch somebody else's channel. You know how many people on YouTube? So at the end of the day, let's be serious. We're playing and we're joking and we're entertaining some things, but It's amazing to me how white people always want to jump into conversations with black people. Nobody's talking to any of y'all, but y'all got the most to say in the chat, but you won't click the link. Billy gonna say, like I said, did y'all see this shit? Let's highlight that one. Like I said before, my point was that white people don't have an advantage in this country based on their color. We have an advantage because we are intelligent and we don't cry. Do you see that? So naturally, white people are smart, is what he's telling you. This Charlie Kirk bullshit. These are his followers, right? So he has an advantage, not because he's white, but because he's smart. He's intelligent, meaning that black people are not intelligent and all we do is cry about the things that happen in our life. So this is what he's saying. Billy John, you could never come up here and say anything to anybody in this conversation because it's clear that you're a racist. Now, this, you guys, is the definition of racism. Do you remember that definition I gave you that the white man wanted to give us? So we're going to go along with his definitions. For the white man, we're going to use it with the white man, for the white man. Now, this says when you feel that you are better and superior than another race. I think that's exactly what Billy has demonstrated right here. He is saying that white people are getting further in this country because they are intelligent, implying that they are better and superior, and that black people and other people are beneath them, and that we're stupid, and that's why we can't get anywhere. Now, this right here, this comment is the prime definition of Google's racism right here. That dry, flat ass definition that don't want to be real, that everybody likes us to go with so they can make us racist. Like, that's exactly what this comment is. Let me introduce you to racism, everybody. That's what this is right here. He thinks he's better than us because he's white.
And with a name like Billy John, I'm pretty sure if he got 10 people in his household, they probably got about 15 teeth collectively in that household.
He said 10 teeth collectively and 7 kids with your cousin. Billy gone. You probably live in a sundown town, don't you? His royalty said you're stupid. Who's stupid? That's Billy Bob over there. But it's okay, Billy. I don't know. Your energy just gives off like I think I'm better than everybody. But for some reason, I feel like, I don't know why, I feel like you're like a drunk man that sits around drinking beer all day. My daddy was a drunk white man, so I know it. I can feel a drunk white man when I feel it. I feel like you're a drunk.
And that motherfucker walk around in dirty ass overalls.
He got on some American flag draws right now. He got on a white beater with a mustard stain on it. He's on his 11th course.
And the damn chewing tobacco can that he always spitting in.
Billy live in a double wide. Billy, do you have a double wide? Or you got a single? Them double wides is nice now, Billy. You got a double wide with a fire pit in the backyard? We want to come over. The white man earlier told us we got to figure this out and be friends and talk together. So, Billy, can we come to your double wide? You got some more beer for the rest of us? We coming. It's about 75 of us. Can we come over? Billy, don't get quiet. Say some shit.
By a hydraulic jack and tip his shit over.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Hold on, wait. This is another one of that man's talking point. Thank you, Billy. You were just pointing out all of Charlie Kirk's like feelings. Thank you. I think he's speaking through you right now. We believe in something called the ancestors. Do you believe in that? I believe that Charlie, he is speaking through you right now. You're doing a great job. He would be proud of you. So Billy says, how about we talk about the girl getting killed in the train and how that judge who was black let that criminal come out of prison, 14 counts, motherfucker. Oh, you said the MFer. That's my word too. I like that word, MFer. All right. He getting a little spunky now. He must have ran out. You drinking Coronas. I see the Coors is gone. You on them Coronas. You trying to get spicy now.
Milwaukee best.
First of all, this is the ignorance in that. See, people always want to make everything about race. Did I not say to y'all that case was actually not about race? And as Black people, I don't think I've seen one Black person on here have that conversation and say that they felt that what happened to that girl should have happened. That man was mentally ill and he should have been in a mental hospital. Absolutely. But he was not in a mental hospital because where he lives, they've actually been closing down all of the mental hospitals and just throwing people in prison. And so you want to make it about a Black judge letting the Black man out when the court system lets mentally ill people out all of the time because they don't really know what to do with them because they don't have the facilities open to, put them in one of them. So the only person making this about race once again is the white man on here, right? Right? So now he's mad because of what I said, because of course I just told you nobody agreed with the fact that what happened to that girl. I think it was sad what happened to her, right? To look up and see that fear in her eyes. I think anybody that is a human being, you motherfuckers are the only person who likes to hang people, cut their babies out of their bellies, set them on fire, cut off their private parts and stick them in their mouth, smell burning flesh, watch people die, and then you go home and eat dinner. Those are the psychopaths you are. We don't do that shit. Your ancestors do that shit, motherfucker. Okay. So let's be real clear about that. So as Black people, even those of us that care just about Black people, none of us as human beings looked at that girl on the train and the way he hit her up and how she looked up with that fear in her eyes. All of us felt that that was messed up. See, it's only the white man making it a racial thing. She didn't get killed because she was a white girl. She got killed because that man was mentally ill and the state failed to put him where he actually needed to be because he could have harmed anybody. It just happened to be her. So now Billy's mad, John. He says, girl, we don't care. Oh, you want to be Black now? You can't say girl to me. We not, Billy, just because I've addressed you 3 times a night. We not friends like that. You can't call me girl. You got to come here a couple more times so you can say that. But he says, girl, we don't care about what your fat ass got to say. Well, I want you to know that we are going on 3 hours. We have over 800 people in here. At one point, we had over 1,300 people in here. I have over 100,000 subscribers. So, Billy, I would dare to say that a lot of people want to hear what my fat ass has to say. We really don't want to hear what your ass have to say. And is that the problem? That as a white man, you want to have a space to talk? I dropped the link for you. You could bring your white ass up here and say everything you want to say, but you scared of that link. But I would beg to differ. When it comes to that statement you just made, I could just tell you by sheer facts and statistics, sir. A lot of people want to hear what my fat ass have to say. So I think we're all going to disagree with that one. You're not going to get any points for that one because that's just not true at all. Okay.
And Michi, about that train situation, like I would, what y'all fail to realize is we don't want people who got psychopathic tendencies running around our neighborhood. Like, do you think that we like seeing situations like that? Like, no, we're against shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Anybody who's just an innocent person minding their business, they shouldn't be harmed. You ain't seen one Black person glorify that shit. Like, come on, man, get
No.
up out of here with that.
Because in our community, I think that we see people that are mentally ill and we actually become victims of them as well. This girl, because she was a refugee, is why she was on that train. You see, it was nothing but Black people on there. Oftentimes when people come here, they go to the inner cities. That's where these immigrants first go. That's why the other immigrants was taken over. So she happened to be in the hood. That's what that was, right? But when she's not around there, we live in those ghettos and those hoods all day long, right? So when we're talking about mentally ill, like, you know how many people in our community have been subjected to that and have been hurt by mentally ill people? So no, we don't nobody want to see that. Nobody said that was a good thing. Like, yeah, something wrong with y'all.
Right. And Billy, did you have that same energy when our sister, I believe it was about 3 years ago, when our sister got, what was it, on the bus out there in California?
No, she was on a train with her sister and that
Yeah.
mentally ill man, right? But he also claimed to be a white supremacist when you look at his last post. So that's the difference. He said he was a white supremacist, but he was also mentally ill. Did you have the same energy for that Black girl that got stabbed up?
Or did you even hear about it? I mean, it did make the news, but you know, of course, it didn't have the same narrative. So, you know, they didn't really big it up like they did this situation. But did you have that same energy, Billy? Well, I mean, you know, inquirer minds just want to know. I'm like Tucker Carlson. I'm just asking questions.
Billy, this is going to be the last thing we're going to acknowledge you. Everybody in the chat, we won't even block him. Just ignore Billy like the plague. He don't know that Black people are really good at that. You know, y'all don't know how to leave people alone. We know how to leave y'all alone. You just leave us alone, but you don't know how. He says, "Oh, honey, why you keep saying honey and girl? Is you like this, Billy?" He says, "Oh, honey, we don't care about your opinions because I know that he has probably millions of kids with his baby mama. Probably don't even know which one is his." What? Yeah, Billy, you done finished the whole 12 pack and you on the second one. You need to slow down. It's time for you to go to bed and get your medication, okay? But no, don't you ain't supposed to take medication. Don't take your medication tonight. Just fuck it and go to bed, okay?
Hey, but
Because
Michi, what did I say though? When they don't have nothing else, what are they reduced to? They reduce to that trolling and stereotype.
yeah, and
That's
that's what
all
he
they
over
got.
here doing. But this
That's
is
all
a
they
Charlie
got.
Kirk fan because he was making all Charlie Kirk points. But at the end of the day, this is just stupid. And then if don't nobody care about my opinion, why are you here, Billy? You care. You've been here the whole damn 3 hours. I can't tell you don't care, sir. You and this motherfucker like you related to me. Are you one of my cousins on my white side? Because you've been here from the beginning, Billy. So I have a hard time believing that you don't care about my opinion because you're here and you don't seem to be going nowhere. But don't worry, we got to fix for that too. You notice we've been ignoring the lovely lady or whoever that was. We can ignore you too. I can just block your ass. You know, we have buttons over here that do that, and then you will never hear from you again.
Hey, Michi, I'm gonna go ahead and fall off. That was good
All
talking
right,
with
yeah. Let me let this other person up because they fell off. They've been waiting. I'm gonna let this other person up. Thank you for coming up. Shout out to
you.
my
You
fellow
welcome. You
Detroiters. You
take
have
care. All right.
a good night. Stay safe, brother.
You too.
All
You
right.
too. Bye.
Okay. Okay. You can hear me. I don't know what your name is. You got a picture on there. It looked like a black man with a white family.
That's me. Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. So I don't know what's your name. What should I call you?
Oh, my name's Heather.
Heather. Okay. Hi, Heather.
Hi. I've been listening to you for a while, and I really just clicked on you to find out why people thought that Charlie was racist, which I'm sure you've already acknowledged. I've heard it a little bit. I guess I was just trying to hear a different perspective because I grew up mainly around black folks, and I hear a lot of racist stuff about Charlie, and I saw him more of as a kind of like Christian. He talked about God more than a lot of people did. And I think it's more about good versus evil than it is what they're trying to make it out to be.
So you said that you have mostly grown up around black people, and in the picture you have, do you have black family? Like, do you have black children, a black boyfriend,
Well,
husband?
I had a white boyfriend in high school, so I have my oldest daughter. And then that little boy in there, I can't help it. He's a lot of bit white looking, but that's my husband's kid.
Your husband is
So,
black.
yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you a question then. So, do you think that the negative stereotypes that Charlie Kirk always wanted to project about the black people, do you agree with them?
I guess my problem is I didn't see it that way. I'm trying to learn a different perspective.
Right. And so, but that's my thing though. Like, if you are a follower of Charlie's, because I was not a follower of Charlie's, but what I will tell you is that even though I was not a follower of Charlie's, right? I knew who Charlie was. Unlike a lot of black people that I speak to in my community, I knew who Charlie was. Because I have watched his debates and some of his things before. So I just wonder how much of his stuff have you watched, because he said some things that I did not disagree with at times, but there were times that he put out very many stereotypical. And if you know what a stereotype is, it's where you take
But
something that applies to a small group of people and you apply it to the whole. And so he took these racist, stereotypical things, and he always argued them to make it seem like the black community was a certain way. Even the comment about as a DEI, he said that if he got on a plane and saw a black pilot, he would be concerned with that. That doesn't come across
I
as a
I
racist
will
thing.
say I do feel different about. I've heard you say this a few times, and I think whenever you were speaking with Charles, I think he was kind of oblivious to pretty much all black communities, to be honest. But I do think that what Charlie was trying to say with that did not come across in a good way. But I guess I chose to see the better part of it than the negative part. So I
Yeah, but
saw it as,
he's not negatively
if they put
it's
50% of white people in the NFL, that team's going downhill fast. That's for sure. Even though they all qualify to play football, they're not the best. And I think what he was trying to say is, I mean, I had people at my work, I worked at Blue Cross Blue Shield, that when DEI was active or whatever, we would know this person was better than this person as a person in general. And the other person would get it because they had a quota of 30% this color or 30%, you know, Middle Eastern or 30% white, you know. So if you fit in that category, then you got the job. If they needed more black people, then there would be more black people.
But let's be clear, hold on, because you're saying a lot. So we'll go back to the athlete thing, but let's stick right there with the DEI. Okay, so you're saying when people got hired, you knew that if you had to fill those positions and so many things. But let me ask you this. Just because you hired people that were, you had to fill so many of those diverse, right, placements in the job, does that mean that those people didn't also have to have certain type of knowledge or qualification to even apply for that job?
Well, a lot of them, it would be like someone that's been here 10 years and knows the system backwards and forwards, because I worked with programs in the medical field. So I helped build
Okay, so
systems.
wait a minute. So let me go back to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the person that's been there 10 years. You can't say they're a DEI hire and they're not qualified. They've been there 10 years. They probably know the whole system better than anybody.
Not a hire. I'm talking about whenever DEI was in Blue Cross, they had to, whenever you get promoted, they would promote people based off of what they had to promote them off of, based off of how many people of a certain color they had to have. And I didn't think that was right. Not because mostly more black people got a chance. There were more black people at my company than there were white people, first of all.
Well, let's be clear. You already told us earlier that you grew up in black communities. So if where you lived and where you worked was a black community, of course there's going to be more black people that work there. Let's not make it seem like DEI did that.
No, I'm saying the company accepted DEI. It was part of the program. We had to have it.
Right. But the reason why there was a lot of black people who worked there is probably because you stated earlier that you lived in a lot of black communities. So that's why a lot of black people work there.
But that's not why a lot of black people got to the position that I was in, because they worked hard and they were good at what they did. That's why they got there. What he was trying to say, I think, was saying like, for instance,
hold on, Heather. You can.
Sorry, I'm not trying to talk over you. I just can't hear you very well in my earbuds.
Let me finish my thought, because you don't know what I'm trying to say. So if you're going to cut me off, we can't have this conversation. Okay. So what I want to say to you, though, is that you act like all of those people that got raises, or got promotions, that DEI still doesn't have to consider people that have the qualifications. Nobody got a promotion to another level of something that they had to have a certificate or knowledge for. I worked very much in the medical field as well. And in order for you to advance and go to certain positions, you have to have certain knowledge or have gotten more certificates or more work. Sometimes jobs will pay for you to get more education. So no, people are not just being passed up the ranks in medical field to do work without understanding what they do, even all the way down to medical billing. You have to go to school to know how to do those things. And so again, did somebody get a position you wanted and this is why you feel this way? Because
no, I never wanted the position. I'm saying we watched people get promoted that all colors didn't feel like they got the job for qualification reasons. It was because they had to have a certain amount of people at the top.
And when we say certain amount of people, you brought up like 30%. So that means there's room for 70% of those people to not be DEI hires. So I'm not understanding why people stay so focused on the DEI hire, which I will remind you again, the biggest recipient of that is white women. But if DEI hire was only 30%, that means you have 70% people who are not. So why is the 30% y'all focus and act like they're not qualified? When it's
I'm not trying to say they're not qualified. I guess what I was trying to say is just like with the whole NFL thing, they're all qualified. They can all play football. Some of them are the best.
Did Charlie say what you just said about the NFL?
No, I just think that I didn't really watch Charlie like that for real. I only joined your chat because I feel like you say all white people, all black people.
Heather, we can't have this conversation again. If you're going to keep cutting me off, you're not letting me finish a thought. Did Charlie Kirk say what you said? You said 50% of the NFL team is black. White. They're going to go downhill fast.
I don't know.
Said? No, you brought that up. Is that something Charlie said?
That's something I'm saying, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, we were talking about Charlie and you were stating some of the things that he said. So let's go back to the beginning and get away from the DEI because you're saying that it doesn't mean they weren't qualified. So I'm not sure the point of that or the thing. We're talking about Charlie and talking about whether he was racist or not. And again, for you to have been around Black communities, as you have said, do you know the things that he has said about the Black community?
I didn't watch him a lot. I actually, after he passed, I watched more of his stuff, and I noticed that he said a lot of scripture and a lot of Bible verses and a lot of things that seemed to be on the up and up, and I didn't understand the backlash of it. So then I started researching people that kept calling him racist, as well as my husband saying a lot of people think he's racist, and I'm trying to find out why. I'm just curious
He was
to find a
racist.
different opinion.
He was racist because as a white man in this country, he seemed to spew a lot of superiority over other people. He was always spewing statistics that were stereotypes and giving negative perspectives of communities. Now, I don't care what he said about other people community, but when it comes to the Black community, he spewed a lot of negative stereotypes that are not necessarily true about the Black community. And that is the problem that we have with him. The things that he said, they were very racist. He also said some very disheartening things to be a man who is a Christian now, okay? He said that he thought we should bring back public assassination and people should be killed publicly. And then he also said, when somebody asked him on that same show, well, if it's going to be done publicly, how old should a person be to see this? He said that kids should understand the deterrent of things. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but he said that at the end of the day, it shouldn't matter if they were young. Now, that sounds reminiscent of lynching, to kill a person in public and have children sitting there watching. I think it's very ironic that he was publicly assassinated, and I believe one of his children was in the crowd. But Charlie Kirk said he thought we should bring back public assassination, and if kids are there, that's fine. Did you know that?
I believe that was about sexual child predators.
It wasn't. It was about public assassination of people who have been convicted and they got the death penalty. We should assassinate them publicly. That's what it was about. For someone who says you didn't listen to him much, I'm telling you what he said it about.
Okay.
So he said that. Did you also know that as a Christian, he was so, do you believe in extremists? Like people can believe in something, but be so extreme, doing too much. Well, Charlie Kirk was a very extreme Christian to the point where he said that he did not believe in abortions at all. He sat at a table on a show on YouTube. I think the channel is called Jubilee, you guys. You can go watch the channel, and it's where a person sits down and they debate a bunch of people. People come up to the table.
I did see that.
Okay, it's the first time I ever saw Charlie Kirk and found out who he was, other than when I saw him standing next to Donald Trump. It was the first time I got to see him actually in a debate. He told a woman that if his daughter was sexually assaulted by a man and became pregnant, he would still require her to have that baby.
Well, I don't know how you feel about abortion because I haven't heard you mention it in this last 3 hours. I will say that I feel like it is messed up that they have abortion clinics in the hood next to pawn title shops and also sell your gold and cash advance places, like to make it super convenient for Black people to kill their kids.
Okay,
super fast.
But now you're changing the narrative because Black people are not the only people that get abortions. White people.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but in this here city of Birmingham, Alabama, you can go to the whiter parts of town. They're not going to have the abortion clinics. Why are they doing it?
Heather, you live in Alabama and you're going to sit here and act like you don't know about some racist shit. Girl, you need to stop right now.
Ma'am, I grew up in the hood. I grew up around all the racist stuff.
That's a different kind of hood. Alabama is still stuck in the 1950s. That's how racist it is out there.
It's still all Black folks. It's all Black folks.
Black folks. Still racist as hell. But again, you're moving the target because we're not here to talk about Black people, and we do know that Planned Parenthood targets them, but we're talking about Charlie Kirk being so radical about his beliefs in abortions that if he said his daughter, a lady asked him, if your daughter was to get sexually assaulted and became pregnant, would abortion not be okay? He said, absolutely not. She should still have that child. And the lady asked him, do you care about what she gone through or the trauma that might cause her? And he said that it's still a life and it wouldn't matter.
I did hear that.
I'm just telling you about stuff.
I can't say that I agree with it. I would hate for that situation to exist. I do think that one thing the reason why I started watching Charlie before he got shot was because he mentioned something about a rape that changed my opinion about abortions when it came to rape, because I always thought that you should have the right to abort your baby. You don't want to raise a rapist child. You don't have, you know,
Right. Well, I
times
was
where you
saying,
look at them and they look like you're rapists.
I
You
was,
know, you shouldn't put a woman through that. But
I
then
was
whenever he
saying
said that
to
both
you,
ultrasounds
because
look the same,
you said you thought he was a good Christian. I'm just saying, do you think that's a good Christian practice, or do you think that's a bit
I
radical
think
to
they
not
didn't have abortions
care
back in
enough
the
about
day.
your daughter's feelings that you would force her into that? That's a bit radical, don't you believe? Or
I
maybe do
feel like
you?
if I feel like it's murder, so I just can't agree with you there.
Okay, so if a man was to take you in the alley right now on your way to
I
work,
think it's gross to go into different
that
perspectives of
man
what could
was
happen to me.
that man was to sexually assault you, and you was to have to come
I
home.
would not want to, but I would have to have the baby. That's what I'm saying.
You would come home, and then you would have to tell your husband and your whole family after you have gone through this assault. Now you find out that you're actually pregnant.
It's still a person that deserves the right to live. So I guess we'll have to differ there. We'll agree to disagree there.
So if your 14-year-old daughter went outside and got grabbed by somebody in the alley, and the same thing happened to her, and she come home, you gonna force her to have that
You can
baby?
lower the age and make it even more disgusting, and it will still be a life in the end.
And this is why you're okay with Charlie Kirk, because you sound crazy right now, Heather. Like
I'm
you
not
can't.
crazy. I mean, it
You do.
actually is
It
in the
doesn't
Bible.
matter. You know what you're doing, though? You're dismissing the life of the person that was just traumatized. You don't give a damn how your daughter feels. You
I
sound
do
just
give a
like
damn
Charlie
about
Kirk.
the person that was
You
traumatized.
don't give
I'm
a
not
damn how
saying I
your
don't.
daughter feels. You don't, because it could destroy her life when that baby is not truly a human being yet.
I feel like the way they do abortions now cause women to not be able to have a baby later, and that's more traumatizing.
Girl,
I
that
think the
ain't got
mental
nothing
health
to
of the
do.
person is not okay. I think
You
the
like
woman
moving
goes
and
through a
party.
lot in
You
that
like moving
situation,
and
period.
party. If you get sexually assaulted, you need to take your ass to Planned Parenthood and get one of them goddamn pills so that you can make sure you don't end up pregnant. Okay,
And
it's a
that's
lot of ways.
cyanide, and they
It's a
use
lot of ways.
cyanide right now to kill people.
It's a lot of kill people. Again, you sound radical just like him. So I mean, I guess it's okay with you while you understand that. It's amazing how I brought it up 3 times before I actually had to pull that out of you, because a minute ago you were just sympathetic with people who get sexually assaulted, and now you over here
I
talking
still am. You
a
can
lot.
be
You
sympathetic for the
obviously are not.
person.
You obviously are not.
It's
But
still two human
again,
lives.
again, let's go again. Right, but what you're doing is putting precedent over the thing that isn't actually a fucking life yet, over the one who actually has a life. That's what you're doing.
We'll have to disagree there.
Well, I think we disagree on a lot. Again, like I said, I see why you're a Charlie Kirk follower, and again,
I'm not.
no,
I really just wanted to
you
understand why he was racist. I wanted to
I
understand a
just
different
told you why
perspective, and I
I just
apologize
told
if
you
I
why
offended you.
you didn't offend me. I just told you why he was racist, though. Like that black husband that you have, right? He gonna sit up there and tell you that in the black community there ain't no daddies in the kids' houses. I
No,
guess
he's not.
I guess you can agree with that stereotype because the black daddy is in the house with your white kids. So that
First of
doesn't
all,
apply
one
to
of
you.
my children is not all white,
I'm
and my
just saying,
husband
does that
grew
not
up with a
apply?
missionary mother and a father that made prosthetic limbs, and he grew up in an all white neighborhood. So we're opposites, actually. So he's totally different from me.
You
And
disagree? You
he's
disagree
gone all the
on
way
that?
up at the top in his company. So I don't see how people can feel like all black people are held down, because all of them are not.
When did I say that? You love like moving the narrative. All black people are not held down.
Well, you say you people, my people, your people.
I didn't say anything about people, ma'am. I'm half white. So I guess your ignorant ass would be my people too, wouldn't you? So I never
Half
said
of it, I
my
guess.
people, your people. What I said to you was, do you believe the stereotype, since you're in black communities, that and you're with
I'm
a
not
black
anymore. I'm just saying I did grow up in that.
that you believe that stereotype is true, that there are no black fathers in the homes or taking care of
A
their
lot of
children in the
the, to
black
be
community?
honest, ma'am,
And I
in
said to you,
Alabama, where
now
I
it's
grew up, if you want
white
to hear me
man
out,
who's in the house taking care of white kids. That's what I said.
okay, where I grew up in Mobile, most of the black fathers sold shit, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. And the mothers were stuck there at the house with their kids in the hood. That was the truth. That's what I saw. It's not everybody's opinion. It's just what I saw every day. So I saw a lot of women, and the men would leave, and they'd have multiple children with other women, and they'd come around when they wanted to. But that's just my personal opinion. That's just what I saw.
That's
I
your
didn't
personal
see black
opinion.
men that stayed in the house and did what my
White
husband does.
community, no, because you're a white lady. So in the white community, in the poor white community, you don't see the same shit?
I didn't ever live in no poor white community, ma'am. I was the only white person. So I was spotted out real fast. And yeah, I don't think
You
it's
don't,
reverse
you
racism
and
doesn't
all your
exist. I don't think racism
all
exists.
your white family is in the because you in Alabama, so you know some white ghettos is there. You know
Oh
some
yeah, I can tell you some stories.
absolutely, and your family is white. So stop playing with me like you can't testify to the fact that what you just said about the black community, you see the same shit in them poor ass white communities, Heather. Don't play.
I'm not saying that it's not in the white communities. I'm just
Yes
saying I
or no?
didn't witness
You
it.
seem to beat around the bush a lot. Yes or no? Do you not see the same shit where poor white communities that these motherfuckers is leaving their baby mamas, having kids with other women, bitches is fighting with it? Do you not see this in the white community too?
But I don't see the poor white communities. That's what I'm saying. I never lived in that. I'm only giving you my experience.
Where are your white family at? They in the hood with you?
No, I don't live in the hood. I grew up in the hood, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Heather,
I went to school.
Heather,
I moved up.
you
I
full of
went
shit.
to me and my husband found each other.
Heather, you have a good night. You and your black husband and your biracial baby, okay? Because you on my nerves, because you're full of shit. And I'm not gonna play this hop around conversation with you. You go from one thing to the
I
next.
didn't grow up around a lot of white
You
poor
keep
people.
moving the target and not answering any of the questions that I have and turning them into something else. It's like you want to make it seem like you down for black people because you got a black husband and you have a biracial child. But it also seems at the same time you have this reminiscent about you. You remind me of my white father. So let me explain to you what I mean by that. You live in the ghetto. You were born, raised up in the ghetto around all of these black people. And somehow, even though you were in the same ghetto and in the same scenarios, in the same situations,
I went to school.
and you didn't rise above, you weren't risen above any of that.
I paid for all that myself.
Somehow you still feel like in your whiteness that you are different from the black people that you're around just because you're white. But you was born in the ghetto with them too.
Oh, I was pointing out to be white a lot of it.
That's not what I said to you. I'm sure if you're in a ghetto full of black people, yeah, we're gonna know you white. I don't understand what that
Yeah, I'm pointing out every day, ma'am. And I didn't, you know what? I didn't even care.
That's not what we're even talking about, ma'am. Did you do drugs back in the day, or do you do them right now?
I sure did. I lived in the hood. I think everybody does.
No, I didn't do drugs. I smoked weed, but I don't do drugs. You did drugs? Because you sound like they have fried your brain, because this conversation is really hard to have with you. And every time I say something, you say some shit that don't got nothing to do with what I just said to you. Would you like to say any more mumbo jumbo before I let you go tonight, Heather?
To be honest, I just don't want there to be a race war.
Well, there is, and we coming to your house first. Have a good night. Y'all, y'all, it is 1:57. I was not supposed to be on this motherfucker this long. I got one more person in the back, and me and you been waiting. I'm coming to bring you up, girl, because you have been patient. But I can't. Whoo, let me read these super chats. Heather, you are hell on wheels. I can't talk to people. You are so difficult to talk to. Heather missing a couple of teeth. I can tell the way she talk on the side right here. Heather, don't ever click on my link to come back up here ever again. I can't have conversations with people like that because you don't answer no questions. You just beating around all the bushes, girl. Whew, okay, hold on. Let me go back to Assata. I don't know if I even read this. These super chats is so far ago. This was back at 1 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. This was an hour ago. Shout out to Assata. I don't even know if he's still in the house. $10 holla. He says he's absolutely correct. What time you on tomorrow, sis? I will be on tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern, like I always am. And then we had the Wild L23 come through with another $2 holla. Says, stop playing dumb white people. Y'all know CK was racist. Dang, I know it's this many super chats. Okay, Nassasa gave another $10 holla and says in Latin, the word educate means rebrainwash facts. Absolutely. I know that part. That they taught us some Latin words. You have to learn that stuff in the prefixes and suffixes when you are in school for like medical stuff. Because those are the terminologies, the medical terminologies. They teach us all that shit. And that is true what you said. And I agree with you. That's all they're doing when they educate you. They just teach you to be a good slave and get along in the United States of America. Nassasa came back with another $10 holla and said the movie Hidden Figures cancels that BS of Tamo, who you gonna click this link and tell me how you pronounce this shit because you don't wrote it 3 times in my chat. You already know I will murder words and people names. It took me forever to get your name. Assata, stop playing with me. Being smarter. It's finished the last day. And then we had Wild 23 come back with another $2 holla. Oh, this was more recent. He said, Heather, since you didn't watch Charlie, shut up. Okay, this more recent because we talking about Heather now. Okay, hold on. This one was a few minutes ago. Okay, I ain't that off. This is Sunny. Thank you again for letting me up. Heather, good Lord. Right? She hard as hell to talk to. Shout out to Joshua for the $5 holla and coming up here and having a conversation with some sense in it, because Heather about to make me pull my goddamn hair out. I don't know how folks around you do it, girl. I feel like you been on Kensington Ave or something. And that lovely person came in here. I see your comment, bitch. I seen it. You're half white and you have this much anger towards white people. That's a shame. Girl, shut the fuck up. Just shut your ass up. Okay, I'm about to bring Mia up. Hold on, here we go. Let me see. Hold on before I bring up Mia. Y'all have to forgive me. I was just looking at my phone. I have some cash apps and I did not. Let me see. And I just seen them. Shout out to Jackie for the $5 holla. She says, great show in the cash app. Thank you very much for that. And Norman sent $20. White people expect our time on demand. Thank you for the cash apps that y'all sent. So I didn't forget those. Okay, let me bring Mia up here. Hey.
Hello, how you doing, Meech? Thank you.
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm great. I'm not gonna keep it long. I know it's late. I did watch Charlie Kirk for probably about a year and a half. I have been following him. Some things I was like you. Some things I agree with what he said, and then some things I disagree. Right?
Mm-hmm.
On the issue of reparations, he didn't believe that we should get reparations. I disagree. I think that we should get reparations. But piggybacking on that topic, I want to get your opinion on reparations per se. If we did get them, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, how should it be given? Should it be cash? Should it be land? Should it be homes? Should it be some kind of subsidy? As you know, because I say that to say this. A lot of us in the Black community, through no fault of our own, we are sometimes financially illiterate, right? So my fear with just a cash reparation is that, will it change the mindset? You know, will we do right, or will we just be broken a year or 2 years or whatever? We see it a lot, right? So what I propose is, if we do get just a cash reparation, I feel that we should be mandated to take financial literacy courses, to change our mindset, to build generational wealth, to own homes, to buy land, to, do all these things. So off of that, what do you think our reparation package should look like if we do get it?
Well, I hear people say that a lot, like it should just be cash because they feel like Black people don't have a lot of like financial literacy and we waste our money. I would say I don't think that that's necessarily just true about Black people. But I would say this, I don't feel like we should say people don't deserve money because of how they want to spend it. However they want to spend it, they can spend it. But I think that reparations should be a combination of things, because the definition of reparations is to repair, right, what you damaged. And so I look at all of these programs that they give to like immigrants and stuff. So what I would say is, like, reparations should consist of, maybe you wipe away all of the student loans of Black people so that they're not in that kind of debt. See, that's not giving them money, but that's taking them out of debt. We should get a check too.
Yeah.
But I feel like maybe you take away all of our student loans. Maybe you allow Black people to go to school for free, like you do these DACA babies, and they don't even got to pay for shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh. They have these immigrants where they'll give them housing. Maybe you allow us to have more leniency when it comes to purchasing a home. You know, all of these things that have held Black people back. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you allow us to start a business like you do these immigrants, right? And we start a business, and for the first like 5 years, 7 years, we don't have to pay any taxes on our businesses so that we can get time to advance in them. So I think that it's a lot that they could give us, right? I think that that's what reparations should be. It should be things to repair, to put us in a better situation. We have watched, our people never got their 40 acres in a mule. Whenever we tried to build things and institutions, they were always tore down. We still have businesses that are standing today that started from insurance companies, and they insured slaves, right? And they're multi-million, if not billion-dollar insurance companies today, right? You have jewelry companies who made the chains and stuff for the necks and the stuff in the mouths. And so they're still jewelry companies today. There are so many companies that benefited off of slavery that still exists today. So I think that we should also, and we've had our businesses destroyed and the things that we have created. So it should be a combination of things. So again, for those Black people who want to start businesses, we should be able to do it with, so check this out. Like during COVID, that's how they just was giving out $20, payments and willy-nilly. So why they can't just give Black people $20,000 to start a business and give me 5 years before I have to give it back with no interest? There's a lot of shit that they could do that is directed towards helping us build. Because I know a lot of Black people that will build. Some might waste their money, but I mean, if you do, hey, but that's why it shouldn't all be money. I actually think that even if all Black people, we can't be concerned with what everybody do with their money. That's not our business. People go to work every day. If they waste their shit, they waste their shit. That's on them. So we shouldn't focus on that. But at the end of the day, whatever it is that they give us, it should be a lot of different things in a culmination of stuff that they owe us, right? And so, like I said, that's just an idea. There's a lot of things they could do, to start businesses, help us buy homes with no money down, like have these special programs for us you have for all of these immigrants. I watched them do it for them, so why they can't do it for us? DACA babies, dreamer babies go to college for free. They don't pay no damn debt, and they're immigrants. These are the immigrants' babies, and they get to do that. You get the immigrants who come here, they'll pay their rent for a whole entire year. Utilities, them houses is fully furnished. They have these home loans for immigrants that you don't even have to have a credit check because they don't even have to have a credit score. And they no money down. No, well, I was showing all of this stuff when we was going in on the immigrants a while back. It's still on my channel, but I pulled it up because people didn't believe that. There are home loans for immigrants who don't have no dang Social Security number. So if you removed credit from keeping us and getting the house, and there was no money down, and they said that once you bought the house, that you didn't have to pay back the down payment loan or whatever, they gave it to you up front unless you sold the house. And then if you sold it, then or to a relative or something, then they could pay the down payment back. So they have all of these programs. Immigrants do come over here and get tax-free years to start a business. So I'm just saying, why they can't give us those things to get ahead? So when Charlie Kirk said shit, because when he talked about reparations, what did Charlie Kirk say? He said, why should I have to pay a debt for something I didn't do because I didn't enslave anybody? But that's kind of how it works. Like, Charlie didn't owe us a debt. The average white man doesn't owe me a debt. But what is owed to me is that the government owes us a debt. The government owes us, and the government collects taxes from the citizens to pay for the debts that it owes. And so nobody said Charlie had to come out of his own pocket. You pay taxes, and the government owes us. Period. So it's the government that does owe us. So when he would say that, and he would say nobody else is getting reparations, why you can't get up? The Jews came here. He talked about the Japanese and all of that. And for him to be such a smart man, I was amazed at how dumb he was sometimes, because Jews definitely got reparations. Like, how the fuck are you so involved in politics? And here your president is up here speaking about, the Jews in Israel, and you don't know that we didn't do the Holocaust, but we have paid plenty of reparations to them. You don't know that the way the Japanese were treated when they came here, and we're the ones that fought for civil rights for that to be better, they got reparations. Shit, they just gave a fucking Chinese people reparations and gave them some money. I think it was like $2,000 each, so that it could help them with Asian hate, or because people were accusing them. They said they went through a bunch when COVID happened, because they saw one crazy black man attack a Chinese black lady, and then they tried to say that they were being mistreated during COVID because people said they brought it here. So because they was being treated bad, like that just happened a couple years ago. This country fucking gave every Chinese person like $2,000. How the fuck did Charlie Kirk not know that? He's like with big and strong with his chest out talking about Jews and Japanese, they pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. No, the fuck they didn't, Charlie. Shut your ass up. But I mean, he shut up now, so I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But yeah.
This is some things that I did agree with him with, some things I didn't. He was a very polarizing person because he was like, so it was no gray area with him, it was black or it was white, so to speak, no pun intended. But yeah. I just want to get your opinion on the reparation side, because I feel like, did you hear that Gavin Newsom actually put together a reparations package, but he has not got it passed, only for California blacks. My aunt just left California. She lived there for 20 years, and she was telling me about it. Now they don't know when it's going to get rolled out, but she is actually keeping her her California ID for that purpose, because she moved to Texas, right? So I don't know if you have been following that, if you heard about it, but he has actually proposed a plan for reparations for black people. Now, whether it's smoke and mirrors, I don't know what he's doing it for. The Democrats, they pander to us a lot, so
They
we don't know
will.
he's next up for president. So I did want to look into that and see if you had heard anything about that.
No, but again, I feel like over the years, tons of people have spoken on reparations or giving it to us or doing a study, shit like that. But it never goes much further than that. I will say though, like shout out to ADOS and Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks. If you don't know who that is, like they've done a lot of work on that reparations in California. Tone Talks has actually spoke on the hearing floor about the reparations. And so in California, I will give it to them that they actually are pushing this further than a study. They have actually gotten past that part of it, and they are discussing the ins and outs of what you would give to a person in California that is eligible for reparations, who gets the reparations, how much reparation do we give them. And so I will say they have gotten further than any other place. So, I mean, I would love to see it happen for California. I really, really would. So I will say that. I will say in the bigger picture, though, I feel like they do a lot of smoke and mirrors, and they bring up reparations a lot, and then it never goes past anything. So, I mean, it's kind of like I don't get my hopes up, but I will say California has been doing more work and pushing that further than any other, time I've seen any political party or anything try and push reparations, that they've gotten much further. They've discussed amounts, they've discussed who's considered a person to get it and who isn't. They've gone through a lot more. So it could happen. I hope it does. I hope it does. Yeah.
Me too. Well, you have a good night. Thank you for having me up. Thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you for coming up. You have a good night too.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Somebody was like, I'm just being mean because of what I said about Charlie. Y'all shut up. Y'all so sensitive. Do not come in my chat and be sensitive, okay, y'all? Don't do that, because let's be honest. When I said he don't know what he's talking about, he ain't that smart. He needs to shut up, but I guess he can't talk now. Y'all mad that I said that, but like, come on, stop it. Stop it. Y'all talking about you being mean. I'm not being mean. I'm not being mean. Y'all just too sensitive. Y'all too sensitive. Okay? For a man who was about public execution and those things. He does not have that type of sensitivity in damn self. So stop asking for people to have some sensitivity for somebody who wouldn't have no sensitivity towards them. I mean, he was very insensitive to the George Floyd killing. Very insensitive. Like George Floyd doesn't have a family either. Right? Oh, somebody said, April said, me and your March 3rd, sis, love you. Hey, I got a birthday twin in the house. We the best. 3-3, baby. Third month, third day. But he didn't care about George Floyd. So let's stop that bullshit, y'all. Come on. He talked about that man a lot. He talked bad about him. He's always comparing his murder to everybody else's murder. He just brought up George Floyd right before he passed away. Come on. George Floyd got a family too. But let me guess, just because he was a black man and he was on drugs or whatever, like it's still not hurtful to people because they lost a family member. Like, come on, as a Christian, that's what I mean by hypocrisy. That's what I mean by hypocrisy. Hold on. Here we go right here. Let's read the lovely white person. They said, George Floyd was a drug addict and had lots of priors. You can't compare him to Charlie. I didn't compare him to Charlie. I didn't say that he was Charlie. What I'm comparing is the fact that a life being taken, bitch, is a life being taken. And this is what I mean by you hypocritical ass Christians. Because if you are a Christian, lovely fucking Logan, and you followed Charlie Kirk, how are you a fucking Christian and you're trying to negate whose life mattered and whose life didn't? No, Charlie Kirk life mattered to y'all, but just like y'all don't care about George Floyd's life, some of us, we don't give a fuck about your leader's life. He wasn't anybody to us. And y'all can disregard George Floyd's life. It was still a human being. How are you a Christian, lady? How is you, Charlie, or any of y'all Christians? This is why I called y'all hypocrites earlier in my video, because if you are a Christian, this is what I'm talking about. You should not give a damn. And then you're going to write all lives matter when you're the one who just dismissed the life of George Floyd in my comment section. It's amazing that you didn't get the point of what I was saying. You can't compare him to Charlie. He did drugs. He was still somebody's fucking father, bitch. He was somebody's son. He was somebody's friend, somebody's brother. What are you talking about? What you really want to say is he was black, because you think that doesn't matter. Because if you really thought people who did drugs, you didn't really care much about them, we would talk about all the white people that do drugs, or the coke that was found in the White House last fucking administration. So let's stop acting like you devalue people just because they do drugs. And as a Christian, you should pray for them, and you should be forgiving of what they do to you, and you should want the best for them, and you should never want to see anybody's life lost. And just like that whack ass shit you put in there that you don't actually believe, all lives should matter to you. This is why you or Charlie Kirk shouldn't have been so dismissive of another person's life. See how that happens? You're dismissive of somebody else's life, whose life got taken on TV, on social media, for everybody to see. And you know what? He didn't die quick like Charlie. He died slow. We watched this man urinate on himself. We watched this man cry out that he was losing his life. We watched that man sit on his neck and people tell him, yo, something wrong with him, man. You killing him. And for this officer to act like he didn't care. And you watched that and it didn't do nothing to you, because I can tell by the way you're talking right now that it didn't do nothing to you. But you call yourself a Christian. You call yourself a Christian. You think that white man life is so much more superior than everybody else's. Let me tell you this, and then I'm going to get the fuck off of here and go to bed. All of the love and all of the care y'all seem to have for Charlie, it's a facade, ma'am. The only reason that Charlie is even as big of an image as he is right now in his death is because the government is using this man's death to get political gain, to change laws, to lock down on our freedom, and to actually implement things that Charlie would have gone against. They are using this man's name to implement things Charlie doesn't believe in. Nobody will be putting the flag at half-mast if it wasn't for them gaining political gain. This man wasn't a fucking politician. He didn't go to college. He didn't even fucking serve in the Air Force no goddamn where. He didn't do anything for this country as a politician, but yet and still they gave him a funeral like he was a fucking vice president. Bitch, they don't do that for no reason, just for somebody. Stop playing with me. Your government took that man's life and they took his life so that they could play this game that they're playing now. If it wasn't for the fact that they needed him to be this big, they wouldn't be promoting it this big. So you can lie to yourself and tell you that he was that important to America. Yeah, he's important in the fact that they're getting ready to use Charlie's death to lock down on our freedom, start civil war, tell people you can't speak against political people and the government, although he wasn't a politician. But you notice they keep bringing that up. Oh, this political terrorism. You can't politically speak the way you want. Charlie wasn't a fucking politician. Y'all so smart because you white. I can't tell. I can't tell. I can't fucking tell. So now let's all have a moment of silence before we leave here for George Floyd and Assata Shakur. Shout out to the people who have had to be brutalized in this country by police, the guards in the prisons. Shout out to everybody in my chat who has lost a loved one to some racism in this goddamn country. All of the sisters that the police have murdered unjustly, your family members, and you ain't never got no justice, and then they come along and harass you. Let's have a moment of silence for all of the Black people that keep getting lynched and hung, and they call it suicide, and we know it's a lie, right? Shout out to Assata Shakur, a woman who was a revolutionary who really deserved the praises that they're giving to somebody now, because she stood up against this racist government so much that her and the people she rode with, they gave their lives and they died and they went to prison, and she got away because she was the lucky one, right? But shout out to them for the fact that they were willing to die and to fight to make this country a more fair place, like you fake ass Christians say you want it to be. They fought for that. But yet today, this country calls our leader, our ancestors, our revolutionaries, they called her a fucking fugitive on the news the other day. Don't talk to me about your fucking leaders. I don't give a fuck about your leaders, ma'am. Okay? Because they ain't never done shit for us, ain't never gonna do shit for us. You worry about what they do for you. I don't care if you're not a Christian. Now you're not a Christian. Lovely Logan, you've been in here all night. Now you're not a Christian. Ma'am, shut the fuck up in the name of Jesus. And with that said, y'all have a good night, and I'll see y'all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern, minus all these white people in my chat tonight. Good night, y'all.